Kept you waiting, huh?
Welcome to Rookies and Codecs, a Metal Gear Solid podcast. I'm Alex.
I'm Isaac.
And I can't believe I almost forgot my own name. or just said it with a really weird inflection. Yeah, it's because of these games, man. It's like you're Snake, I'm Snake. There's a naked snake, a solid snake. There's a Raiden. I don't know who I am anymore.
It's too much to keep track of.
Right, and what's trippy is my fiance's oldest came up to me while I was like babysitting them while their mom was at one of her appointments, and he's like, "Can I watch Raiden on TV?" And I was like, "Who?" And he explained it to me that Raiden is the name of this kid he watches who does like unboxing stuff with his dad. Yeah, but it threw me off. I was like, how do you know about Raiden?
Have you been playing Metal Gear as well?
Like, I have expected him to like start glitching out and be like, Alex, you need to turn the game off. And it's just like I've just been stuck in Metal Gear Solid 2 this whole time.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But yeah, I find it fitting. I just thought of this. We're talking about Metal Gear Solid 3 today, and today is actually Memorial Day, which I think is oddly fitting for some of the themes that this game presents.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that while we were getting set up. I was like, oh yeah, it's Memorial Day, and so I guess if the audience hears any fireworks, so I heard a couple earlier, so I suspect there'll probably be more. That's why.
Yeah, that hopefully clean audio.
Yeah, it's not been. So I think the audio has been pretty good in the past 2 episodes. But speaking of like, I guess quality podcasting, we do have some news revolving around the podcast. We have a brand new logo for the show that my good friend Roy Stiffy made. So if you're, regardless of where you're watching at, you should be seeing the new art. It's of my cat Ripley as a Solid Snake, and then a Robin as the Colonel.
And honestly, whenever you showed me this art, I loved it immediately. I think it's really cool having the codec, portraits like that. I really liked it.
Yeah, it's both funny and cool because it kind of. My favorite version of the Codex so far is the PS1 version of it. So I'm glad he emulated that.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. We get a different codec every time for every game, but there's nothing better than that Metal Gear Solid 1 codec screen. It's just iconic.
Yeah, something about the art style, like the almost comic book way the characters look, is pretty cool. I mean, I think as much as I kind of wish they would have kept that style for some of the other ones, I guess at the very least it makes Metal Gear Solid unique, and therefore makes the other ones unique as well.
Yeah.
We do have some news. What were you were just telling me about something before we started recording?
Yeah, so apparently we got some new footage released for the remaster of Metal Gear Solid 4 in the Master Collection Volume 2, and it confirmed a couple of things. So apparently they're changing the aim down sights and shoot buttons. Instead of the bumpers, they're going to be moved to the triggers for the remasters. And we have confirmation the iPod is still alive. So apparently they were able to maintain the license to keep the iPod in Metal Gear Solid 4 for the remaster.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So I hadn't even thought about that being a licensing issue. Of course, I had no idea the iPod was in the game, so I'm curious to see what its purpose is. I wonder if, because with some of these remasters, they have the new control scheme, but you could also switch to the original if you wanted to. So I'm curious to see if they'll have that for the PS5 and Xbox version.
I'm sure they would have to, because most people that are coming back to this game, that's what they're going to be used to. And if you go messing everybody up, it's going to be hard to kind of come to grips for some people, I'm sure. Like, for instance, I don't know if you've been playing the new Lego Batman game at all.
I have not.
But it's basically like Lego Batman Arkham, and I've been playing a lot of Arkham Asylum recently, so I'm trying to hit the buttons to do the stuff like they were mapped in Batman Arkham, but they're mapped to totally different buttons in the Lego game, and it's tripping me up so bad.
Oh, I bet. And so those Arkham games are really good. And it's like once I saw the trailer for the Lego Batman, this new one, I was like, that seems pretty ingenious to bring the style of the Arkham series, but also to mesh it with the sense of humor of the Lego games.
That's what I have really mixed feelings on it so far, and I'm actually thinking about doing like a proper video review about it, because I have so much to say already, and I'm like 2 chapters in so far. But it's interesting because apparently Rocksteady helped TT Games co-develop Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Right.
So that Arkham DNA is injected straight from the creators. So it's really, fun to play around in that world, because I've been playing Lego games since 2005, 2006. So like 20 years, and to have this, the wild departure that was the Skywalker saga, and now the even more wild departure that is Legacy of the Dark Knight, it's kind of an interesting evolution to watch in real time.
Right, and it seems like they really care about the legacy of this character. Like it said something in the description that I saw where it was like over like 70 costumes or something insane like that. And it's like, I was like, wait, does Batman really have that many different like variations? And I'm like, well, I mean, the character's been around since the 30s, and we've had countless movies, TV shows, animated series, not to mention comic books. So I guess, yeah, I mean, if your favorite Batman is the silent film, or I'm sorry, not the silent film, the serial films from the 40s, they might have that costume. I mean, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, I know just so far, which I got the deluxe edition, so it came with like Batman Beyond, which is the main reason I got it.
Yeah.
And like a few different other ones, but I think so far I've got like 6 or 7 different costumes. And like I said, I'm only 2 chapters in. So the pause screen says there's 100 costumes that I can attain. So I'm sure that's spread across all 7 characters. So I'm really interested to see how many there are to play around with for Batman.
Like, I mean, you have to have the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman costume, because isn't Catwoman a playable character in the game?
Yeah, she is.
So it's pretty awesome.
I'm really excited for it. But anyway, Batman's not why we're here. Why are we here, Alex?
For Metal Gear Solid, we do have a couple more things of news. One of our viewers, and I appreciate the comments and the suggestions. Everybody's been super nice and supportive of the show, and I appreciate that. One commenter in particular recommended, or I guess requested, that we have timestamps in our episodes. So I've been working those into our previous episodes, and this episode will also have timestamps. So I guess for people that want to revisit the episodes in the future, and maybe only listen to particular parts, or I don't know. So I guess whenever I listen to a podcast episode, I'm not usually one that listens to just one section, but that doesn't mean that other people don't do that. So I've added those to, as of this recording, I've added those to Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, but I'll be adding it to Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2, hopefully within the next month or so.
Nice to have options.
Yeah, for sure. And then I guess one more cool thing of news is there's going to be some Funko Pops based off of mostly, I think, it's more Metal Gear Solid 2 and 5. Is that correct?
So there are two from the first Metal Gear Solid, one from 2, and then one from 5.
Okay, and it looked like from what I saw, most of those are coming out in August.
Yeah, they're all up for pre-order now, but they're going to be Solid Snake and Liquid Snake from Metal Gear Solid, Raiden in his skull suit from Metal Gear Solid 2, and Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 5. So I am particularly interested in Ocelot and Raiden. So I'm definitely happy to see the representation for the snakes, the twin snakes as well.
Right. Yeah. I really I saw the one for Raiden, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool because he's kind of posing with his sword, which that's even though he gets that near the end of the game, that's like his signature weapon.
Yeah, and his hair's like billowing like it is on the cover. It's a really cool pose for him.
Right. Is there a new game plus with Metal Gear Solid 2 that allows you to start with the katana at the beginning of the game?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
I just thought of that. I was like, that seems like that would be a really cool feature and reason to play the game again. So I just thought of that. I was like, that'd be like a pretty awesome thing to have.
Let's see. It looks like you can keep like stealth camos and stuff like that in New Game Plus, and apparently it gives you an option to skip the bomb sections.
Oh,
with
really?
Stillman.
Really?
Yeah. So
I actually liked that part. Is that a part of the game that most people don't enjoy?
I don't know. See, I really enjoy that part because I feel like it shuffles up the gameplay in like just the right spot,
Right?
and gives you an incentive to kind of move around and learn the environment more. So, but yeah, it says skip the Stillman tutorials to move straight into navigating Shell 1. So, but yeah, apparently that is an option.
Well. I think that's about it for news. Am I forgetting anything?
Not that I can think of. That's all I came into the episode ready for anyway.
Yeah, nothing like huge or earth-shattering, but it's cool that, so far we've had at least something to talk about. So I used to collect Funko Pops pretty regularly, and I haven't for years, but this might be a good excuse to do so and to kind of have those in my background for streaming, because I think I've really fallen in love with this series, and I think I mean, spoiler alert, this might be a hot take, I don't know, do a lot of people really like Metal Gear Solid 3, Isaac?
So Metal Gear Solid 3 is the fan favorite, everyone praises it as the best Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, okay. So typically. It's not like an overrated piece of shit or anything like that?
It depends on who you talk to.
Yeah,
no, most people say 3 is their favorite.
Yeah, so it's like I think once I finished this one, I was like, I don't think Silent Hill is my third favorite franchise anymore. It's like I think, and which is wild because it's like I was thinking about the Silent Hill games I've played versus the Metal Gear Solid games I've played, and it's like there's Silent Hill games I really love, but it's like the Metal Gear games. It's like so far these past 3, I was like I could go right back into them, almost within the next 24 hours and be excited to play again.
Yeah,
So
it has been my second favorite franchise since I picked up Volume 1 of the Master Collection. So it quickly rose up the ranks, and it's stayed there for past, what, 2 years now since the Master Collection released. Um, so unless Kingdom Hearts just absolutely like does something horrible with 4, I don't see it climbing any higher anytime soon. But it's earned its place.
yeah, like Kingdom Hearts 4 just opens with it's like the opening of Alien 3. Sora just dies off screen.
Yeah, I think I'd quit right there.
It's like Abby from The Last of Us 2 got acquired by Disney, and she comes in and just beats Sora to death with a golf club.
No, Sora.
Oh boy.
Gosh.
But so are you ready to move into the development of Metal Gear Solid 3?
I am. Let's do it.
All right.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
So, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is a 2004 action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami for the PS2. I noticed that this game did not have an Xbox version, unlike Metal Gear Solid 2, which was something we were kind of both surprised by when we covered this in the last episode.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always considered this game, or this whole series really, more of a PlayStation centric series. So the fact that 2 got an Xbox release at all really took me by surprise.
Right, yeah, and obviously these games came to other consoles later for the HD stuff, but Metal Gear Solid was definitely a PlayStation series and mainstay. And surprise, surprise, this game was also directed by Hideo Kojima, but he originally intended to leave the series behind with Metal Gear Solid 2 and to sort of pass it off to one of the other junior developers. And he wrote the treatment for Metal Gear Solid 3, sort of a pitch with all the jungle ideas and the survival aspects, and was like, okay, so I'm going to produce this game, who wants to direct it? And based off of the research I did, nobody wanted to touch it because they were like, one kind of saw how passionate he was about this particular idea, and 2, they were like, most of the people that had worked with him at this point enjoyed having him as a director because, again, Kojima just builds this atmosphere of wanting to make sure that everybody that works on the games feels included. So eventually, somewhere during development, Kojima was once again the director. And I tried to scour the ends of the internet to find a diary like what you found for Metal Gear Solid 2, but apparently no such thing exists for 3, and if it does, Kojima never published it.
Oh, that's a shame. That was an awesome resource to get to dig into with Metal Gear Solid 2.
Right. So I did as much reading as I could and watched interviews and dug up some documentaries. So we're gonna read through what I have on the development, and if you have commentary on anything or can expand upon anything that I bring up, please don't hesitate to interrupt. But apparently, the game was originally developed for the PlayStation 3, but they weren't really sure when that console was going to come out, so they were going to move it back to the PS2. And there's a really cool demo for Metal Gear, like a tech demo for Metal Gear Solid 3 that uses the Metal Gear Solid 2 characters and engine. So it's like you see Iroquois Pliskin kind of moving through the jungle, and it's like a good like 10 or 12-minute demo that is worth checking out if you haven't seen it already. So it was kind of funny that Kojima was once again kind of playing coy with who the main character was going to be. That the game was going to be set in the 60s, but somehow Snake was going to be involved with being the main character. Once again, have you seen the tech demo with the Metal Gear Solid 2 engine and characters used for that?
I have not seen that, but it really doesn't surprise me, given that, it seems like Kojima really enjoys kind of trying to hide who the main characters are. Considering we get Snake in this game, what would it be? Probably about 20 years before Solid Snake would have been born.
Right.
So he seems to kind of like to what am I thinking of? Subvert the audience's expectations as much as he can.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, his team wanted to go for realism, so there were plenty of junk. Just like when they took pictures of major U.S. cities for Metal Gear Solid 2, they went to various jungles, especially in Africa, to sort of get ideas for what a jungle would be like and how to present it in a game from the PS2 era. And this was a huge challenge for them because coming up with foliage that was realistic and would sort of move with the character, like when you're crawling through the bushes or through the grass where it kind of parts and moves away with you, which was something I was really impressed by. Because I think for most games for the PS2 and especially the PS1, if you're moving through the grass, the grass kind of just doesn't move at all. You basically just phase right through it.
Yeah, you're going through the grass. You're not like navigating around the foliage. You're just going straight through the PNGs.
Yeah, so the style of this game was heavily inspired by 60s and 70s Bond films, the Pink Panther movies, and oddly enough, and I'm wondering your opinion on this, Kurt Russell was originally approached to play Naked Snake, and I think that this would have solved a problem that Kojima ran into for Metal Gear Solid 5, but Russell declined because he didn't really want to, I guess, adjacently revisit a character of his, even though it's like obviously Snake Plissken isn't the same character as Solid Snake, but clearly he's inspired by such. But Kurt Russell has always been very protective of the Snake Plissken character and has been clear that he would only reprise it if John Carpenter was directing him as the character. So obviously they brought back David Hayter to play this character, but this is a different character. So I'm wondering if somebody else had been brought to play Big Boss, do you think the backlash would have been about the same what they got for MGS5, or do you think because it's a different character that fans would have been okay with it?
So I think if they had introduced Big Boss with a different voice actor entirely than Solid Snake, it would have been a bit of a different situation. But since it'd been David Hayter, from 1998 was it? From Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah.
All the way up to 2014, 2015, whenever Ground Zeroes and eventually Phantom Pain came out.
Yeah.
That he was replaced for the final chapter of the series. People get loyal, especially whenever they hear the same voice for almost 20 years.
Right.
So if it had been a situation where they'd gotten a new actor for this younger version of him and kept with the actor, like the two different actors for the different snakes, I feel like it would have been a totally different scenario.
Right, because
Um,
it's not like Hader also voiced Liquid and Solidus. He only
yeah,
voiced Snake. So I couldn't find anything on why exactly they brought him back for Big Boss slash Naked Snake. But I assume it's because maybe he just was the best because he's had to audition for this role every single time. So maybe he was just the best to audition for the character, and that's what they decided to go with.
yeah. And there's a really good promo video either for the Master Collection Volume 1 or Volume 2, I believe. It may have been Delta. I don't know at this point. It's been so long since I've seen it. But where he actually breaks down like the different Snake's voices that he does. So like he, has a more youthful voice for um, Solid Snake, and then a more grizzled action hero voice for Naked Snake, and then Old Snake is like this worn down version of Solid, and um, he like kind of breaks it down. It's really interesting to see how he differentiates the characters
Did
in
he?
his own voice.
Right. Did he do that in the like sit down interview with Maggie Robertson, the voice actress from Resident Evil 8? Is that the one you're talking
Yes,
about?
yes, I believe that's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Because they took turns like taking like fan questions, and so I remember watching that. I know there's another video where he goes further into it, but I didn't watch that one because I was like, I don't want to get anything spoiled. But I think in this game, and I guess since we're talking about it, it's good. It might be good to go into. I think in this game there is a difference, but the voice tone, to me at least, isn't that different from Solid Snake. However, once you get into Peace Walker, the tone is much more grizzled and worn out, like he's been smoking a cigar a day type deal. So, what's your opinion? Do you think that the voice tone from Metal Gear Solid 3 is drastically different from Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2?
I'll be honest, I couldn't tell a difference really. I guess from the untrained ear, I'm not looking for the differences between these voices. But whenever he did the breakdown, I was like, oh, okay, he's got, a different spot in his throat for this character and this character. But just sitting down playing the games, I couldn't tell a difference. I've not started P3 yet. I like to wait until, we've recorded the episode to go on to the next game. But I'll take your word for it on it being a lot different in Peace Walker.
Yeah, I don't think that's a
Um,
spoiler. I mean, he's at the very beginning of the game.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but no, I'm excited to see how different it is. But just as far as from 1 to 2 to 3, I don't see a huge difference in the voice.
Yeah, I think in the way the character is portrayed throughout the game is certainly different, and maybe we can talk about that as we go through the story. But yeah, the voice acting cast is terrific once again, and yeah, again, I think had they cast a different actor beginning with Metal Gear Solid 3 and kept him through Peace Walker and the 2-5 games, it definitely would have. I don't think it would have been that big of a deal because it's a different character altogether.
Yeah. And while we're on the topic of voice cast, do you want to go ahead and dig into it? Because it's an all-star cast.
Sure.
So I was actually just looking at the IMDb, like I do for each of these games as we cover it, and there are a lot of names in here that are very familiar to me and hopefully to you as well.
Yeah.
So we've got Jodie Benson, aka Ariel, who voiced Ava. I think I said in the last episode she voices the boss. I'm wrong. She voices Ava, the uh, double agent that helps out Snake.
Yep.
Um, we've got Josh Keaton as Ocelot. And of course, he played Spider-Man in the animated series from the 90s. Um, are you familiar at all with the Legacy of Kain series?
Yes, I've never played the games fully, but I played the crap out of the demos.
Fantastic series. It's I love the series. Highly recommended. But we've got Richard Doyle who plays the Fury. Um, he of course played Mobius in the Soul Reaver games, and we've got Michael Bell who played. Oh, I lost my tab here. Michael Bell played the Fear in Snake Eater, and he played Raziel in the Legacy of Kain games.
Oh, okay.
And um, I looked here at Neil Ross, who plays Colonel Volgan, and I was looking through his IMDb. He apparently is in Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, which you recently started playing.
Yes, I did.
And I went to the page. It's kind of funny because we've got Neil Ross, we got Volgan here, we've got the Fury and the Fear here as well. Michael Bell and Richard Doyle, and we've got Solid Snake himself here in Eternal Darkness.
Wow.
So that's four people from Metal Gear Solid 3 in that game, which kind of surprised me. So
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I think. Did you mention Lori Allen yet?
I have not yet. No.
Yeah, so Lori Allen voices the boss, which is interesting because she voices Pearl in SpongeBob.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that coming just from playing the game.
But she's got hundreds of voice acting credits, legendary voice actress, and both her and David Hayter were quite active when Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake of this game, came out last year, doing publicity for that game. Sorry, I messed up my words again. And which I thought was cool that they were bringing back these actors for the remake. Like, yeah, they used the old lines, but for doing like interviews and promotion for the new version of the game, it was cool to see these actors like really excited to talk about these characters again.
Yeah, that's one thing that, given all the drama between Konami and Kojima and throughout the whole Metal Gear series, it is really cool to see them, especially bring back David Hayter so much with the re-releases of these games and kind of give him his flowers since, as we touched on a little bit, he did kind of get ousted from the series there towards the end. So I'm happy to see him, getting work, even just promoting the games again.
Right. But and speaking of work, there's a lot of motion capture work that went into the making of this game. And a lot of the documentaries that are available on YouTube go over this. The most impressive one to me was the motion capture for Ocelot, with the gun tricks that he does. It's done by a guy that looks like he's maybe in his 40s, but he's what's cool. What's interesting about how video games used to be done is once they started using like motion capture, so there's two performances that are mixed in. There's the actor that did the motion capture, and there's the actor that did the voice acting. Nowadays, most of the time, the actor that's doing the voice acting performance is also doing the motion capture as well. So it's interesting that there's the sort of meshing of bringing these characters to life. I don't know if we mentioned this in the Metal Gear Solid 2 episode, but I believe that there was also a fair amount of motion capture for that game as well. But they really amped it up for this one. And I think it shows, because something I noticed that was a huge improvement over Metal Gear Solid 2, it feels like the lip syncing for the dialogue was a lot better. And
Yeah.
And I wonder if that has something to do with the motion capture, if they were able to manipulate the lips a little bit better for different languages and different releases.
Yeah, I don't know, what all went into it, but that's one thing that I did pick up on playing, these games back to back, like we are for this show, because that's one thing, just those little nitpicks that you have sometimes. Lip syncing with the audio is always something that I immediately pick out, and I'm like, oh, that's off. Oh, they didn't get that out, quite right. Which I forgive a lot more in older games,
Right.
like from the PS2 generation. But yeah, that's one of those things that I normally pick up on pretty quick.
Yeah. That's pretty much all I have on the development. Of course, this game has been re-released quite a bit. It was re-released on the PS2 in 2006 for the Substance version, which also I believe came with Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. And I think the second disc also came with a short documentary. This game also did have a online version that where you could play online with other players in online matches, which is something I occasionally forget about that the PS2 was able to do. If you installed like the hard drive, you could play online, which is pretty crazy for that time. It was also re-released in an HD collection in 2011 for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It was reworked and remade for the Nintendo 3DS in 2012. And we'll be hopefully doing an episode, like a short mini episode on that with a friend of yours here within a couple weeks, hopefully. And then,
Yep.
of course, the most recent Master Collection version was released for the Switch, PS4, 5, Windows, Xbox in 2023.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten a lot of love over the years.
So I mean, it's if you want to play this game, you got a ton of options.
Oh, and don't forget the Delta remake.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. There's a remake as well. So I mean, there's and remind me in gameplay. I want to ask you. Well, I'll go ahead and ask you now. Which system did you play it on?
So I played it on the Master Collection on PS5.
Okay, so I played. So I got the Master Collection for my Series X, and that's what I played it on because I really want to get achievements for these games. I was playing them on my Switch, but I decided to switch over to Xbox. The quick resume feature for the Xbox has also been kind of a saving grace because I could literally just jump right back into the game.
Yeah. Speaking of achievements, did you get the Peace Walker achievement in this game?
I don't even think I know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
So I know whenever I talked about the no-kill runs in MGS2, you asked if there was an achievement for it.
Yeah.
I looked for MGS3, and MGS3 does have a no-kill run achievement called Peace Walker.
I don't even. Well, I feel like that a no-kill run is definitely doable for 2. For 3, there are sections of it where I'm like, I don't know how you would do it. Like, especially near the end when you're doing like basically a rail shooter. As I guess you would just use your trank, your trank stuff, but
just have to cross your fingers and hope that it doesn't count.
Right. But that's all I have on the development, pretty much. Did you have anything you want to add, or are you ready to move into story?
Oh, let's get into it. I'm excited to kind of crack into this story and hear your thoughts on it.
Yep. So, once again, I want to reiterate for the audience this is a book jacket version of the story. With all of these games, there has been tons of codec conversations that you can have, tons of reasons to replay the game to get further into the story. So if you're ever listening to any of these and you're like, oh well, you missed X, Y, and Z, it's either because I didn't have that codec conversation, or I wanted to condense it down so we're not recording a 6-hour podcast episode.
We need to at least recount every codec conversation that recaps movies from the 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Oh, for sure.
We need to recount all those word for word. That's one thing. Like, you can tell Kojima's love for film just he was erupting at this point. He was like, I've got to get it out somewhere.
What's even crazier is, like, I knew most of the movies he was that paramedic was talking about in the codec calls. I was like, oh, I've seen that too. Like, I've watched a lot of 50s and 60s monster movies.
Yeah, that's what. Whenever she called out Godzilla, I think like the first time you call her, she calls out Godzilla. I'm like, hey, I know that, and then it's all downhill from there.
But our game, the story of Metal Gear Solid 3 begins in 1964. CIA agent Naked Snake is sent to Telenorsk, I think that's how you pronounce it, USSR, in an operation known as the Virtuous Mission. Aided by his superior, Major Zero, aka Major Tom, as he's known at the beginning of the game, medical advisor, paramedic, and his former mentor, the Boss. Snake is tasked with rescuing Soviet scientist Dr. Nikolai Sokolov, a prominent weapons developer who defected 2 earlier until the Russians forced the United States government to return him in order to end the Cuban Missile Crisis. And I love this opening that is set inside of this this aircraft, because it is so, like, over the top. It's so 60s and 70s spy movie. It's like, as the audience member, you're kind of thinking, is this Snake? It's like these people are calling him, a panty waist and reckless, and his commanding officer is having to chime in to get him to stop smoking his cigar so he can jump out of the backpack of this not a helicopter, out of this airplane. But the whole sequence is really cool. The Halo jump is awesome.
It is so, like, stylized, and I love it to death. But before we get any further, we can't jump into this and not mention the title theme, Snake Eater.
Well, I think that comes after Sokolov is rescued, right?
Well, it plays before the main menu every time. So
it does. Yeah. So you're right. The opening theme is clearly a James Bond inspired opening theme. And I won't lie, it's like I've added this to many of my playlists that I listen to at work while I'm doing dishes.
Oh, it's so good. It is so good. I have annoyed my wife with it every time I start this game up, because I have to let it play through in its entirety before I hit the start button. I love this song so much, and I've always been a sucker for, like, the Bondian music, like, even just like the jazzies, like 50s, 60s style songs, like the soundtrack from The Incredibles. Oh my gosh, I love that soundtrack. So, like, anything that's adjacent to like the Bondian style of music, I just eat up. And so I just Snake Eater is like the song is just a weakness to me entirely.
Yeah, it's incredible, and of course the animations that they have with like the snake skeleton sort of weaving in and out, and some of
Like the credits on the snake's body.
right. It's very reminiscent of I mean, pick mostly any Bond theme. They have stuff like that. And the performer Cynthia Harrell is just, her vocals are incredible.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. Um but so before you started the game, you had some options uh to tell, which of these Metal Gear games you like. So which one did you go with whenever you were prompted with that?
So I went with I'm playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time because I felt like that was the most true because I'm playing through this series for the first time. I almost picked, because I mean Metal Gear Solid is my favorite. I almost picked that one, but I know that you get different stuff depending on which one you pick. But since I'm playing through the series for the first time for this podcast, I went with this is my first time playing through Metal Gear Solid.
Okay. The reason I ask that, you do get different camos and different items to start with depending on which option you pick, but that opening cutscene in the jet, there is a small difference depending on which one you pick.
Okay.
So if you pick I like Metal Gear Solid, I like Metal Gear Solid 3, or I'm playing it for the first time, it's all the same. But if you pick I like Metal Gear Solid 2, then Naked Snake is wearing Raiden's skull mask from the opening of Metal Gear Solid 2 in the plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
so
hilarious.
It's like a small little detail, but whenever I first discovered that, I was like, "Oh, this is golden." And I kind of wish I could have kept. I think you get like a Raiden mask as well, but
Right.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, the thing is, you do have a Raiden mask at the very beginning of the game, which I was like, why the heck do I have a Raiden mask? Because at the beginning of the game when they're going over how to change out your camo and some other stuff, you find out later in the game why you need the mask. But I just took it as, okay, Kojima's being just goofy because it does
Kojima's Kojiming.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So there is a reason for it because you get like a little quest to sort of further the story when you infiltrate the base some more. But that's really funny that they once again tried to fool you, like, oh, you're not playing Snake this time for this game. But yeah, so once you land out after parachuting, you kind of, Snake loses some of his gear and you have to go track it down, and you have a Codec call where you meet everybody. Again, I mentioned that he's known as Major Tom during the beginning section, and then you meet Paramedic who advises you on how to heal yourself, and then she is also the person you save with as well. And we'll kind of go more into how the food aspect of this game works once we get to gameplay. But of course, you get some dialogue with the boss, and it's apparently been maybe about a couple years to maybe not a couple years, a couple years, but maybe it's been a long time since Naked Snake has seen her at this point. So basically she's here to advise on this mission. And Zero informs Snake that he is to retrieve Sokolov, who has been captured by the Russians, to create a nuclear-equipped tank called the Shagohod, which could end the Cold War. So after doing some sneaking and learning how to play the game and getting past the guards, who are way smarter this time around, you find Sokolov, and you basically talk to him while he's sort of burning his notes, and he kind of explains that that these soldiers were basically making him work on this weapon, but they can't put on the finishing touches without him. So Snake needs to get him out of there. But while they're trying to escape, they're ambushed by a couple of soldiers, and then those soldiers are ambushed by Ocelot and the GRU. Is the Ocelot unit also called GRU? Am I remembering that correctly?
So it's within the GRU division.
Okay.
Of the Russian army. So it's like they're the Ocelot unit within the GRU division within the Russian army.
Right, because Sokolov goes, GRU operatives?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's this splintered factions and stuff, a lot of infighting going on with the Russians right now.
Right. So we get this really awesome scene where Ocelot kills everybody else with the exception of Snake and Sokolov. And at first he thinks that Snake is the boss. And he kind of looks him up and down. He's like, "You're not the boss." And he tries to do this trick with his gun, and it jams. So Snake, who's been kind of touted as a rookie so far in this game, springs into action and kicks the crap out of him and the other soldiers that are working with Ocelot. And there's a really great line of dialogue, and I'm going to just paraphrase it, where he's got Ocelot on the ground. He basically telling him, he's like, your gun jammed. You shouldn't try new techniques when you're in the middle of a fight. But you're pretty good. And Ocelot's like, pretty good? And passes out. And there's also a point in the dialogue where he's commenting on how Ocelot moves his wrists in a certain way. And I'm like, is he going to tell him it's more of a revolver technique? And certainly he does. He's like, yeah, that's a technique more for a revolver. And, of course, that sets up Ocelot's not only role in this game, but his nickname in future games, which I was like...
His entire identity.
Yeah, pretty much. But I found myself in random points in my life, like at work, when somebody would cut a pizza really well, I'd say, "Hey, you're pretty good." Like it's the way that David Hayter delivers that line. I don't know what it is about it, but there's something about it that is just not only funny but also awesome.
That's what David Hayter. I feel like he could say just about anything and just inject it with his natural charm and just make it an iconic phrase. Right.
So I know Ocelot is a character that you and I both really love, and I think is a favorite for both of us. How do you feel about his introduction as a very young man in this game?
Well, I mean, how do you feel about one of the most cool, badass characters of the past two games coming into this one squalling like a cat? I mean...
That was bizarre. I didn't know what to make of that.
I
I was like, clearly he's using that. That's like the signal for his soldiers to come out. But I was like, why couldn't it be anything else? Why is it a freaking cat?
which granted, cat ocelots are wild cats, but still, it's just way like
Is
out
that
of
their?
character
That's
for
got to
the.
be the reason. Is it? I didn't know that. Like you. So
I would have
ocelot is
to
a type of
assume,
cat.
Yeah, yeah. Let me. Oh, after like once you get back into it, I'll try to find a picture and send it to you over Discord. But um, yeah, I've got to assume that's the reason. But other than that, I mean, really, like I said, he is one of my favorite characters in the entire series, and he has moments, especially later on in the game, that really reinforce that, and it shows him kind of growing into that character that we see in Metal Gear Solid One.
Right.
Um, but like, you know how whenever he gets ready to fight Snake and he puts up his hands and it's like, not a fist, but it's not they're not all the way open either.
He does. He
Um,
does like they almost
he,
look like he's doing like finger guns, sort of.
yeah, I don't know why, but I think that is like one of the coolest ways to like pose up for a fight.
He doesn't
And
do that in the
I've
other
caught
games. He doesn't do that in 1 and 2, does he? I don't,
no,
maybe he eventually
but I
grew out of it.
I don't know, but I have caught myself like whenever I'll wrestle with the kids and stuff, and I've caught myself doing that with my my hands. Just I don't know. I just think that Ocelot is one of the coolest characters, and despite some odd missteps in this game, I feel like he continues to be consistently awesome throughout this series.
I agree. So I think this is a very good. It's very interesting too to see this character that is much older in Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 be even more green than Naked Snake. Like clearly he's very skilled, but he's reckless.
Yeah, and he's a commander too.
Right. And probably the only reason he got that position was because he's, very efficient with the gun until he does something stupid.
Yeah, and I've sent you a picture of an ocelot in the
Yeah.
wild there.
Yeah, I see it. Huh, it looks like a leopard. Interesting.
Yeah, you can see the cry that ocelot does coming from that animal for sure, but just
Yeah.
it coming out of a grown man, a leader of a whole unit. It's just a little weird.
Yeah, for sure. But once Snake and Sokolov get away from that situation, they go back to the bridge, and they notice this giant tank off in the horizon, and Snake uses his binoculars and is basically asking Sokolov, is that thing operative and or operational or whatever it is he says, and Sokolov is basically like, well, they can't finish it without me. Like, it's not going to be operational until I put on the finishing touches, basically. So it's like Snake, reassures him, like, I'm going to get you out of here. We've got the best backup. And, they begin crossing the bridge, and they see a figure sort of emerge from the fog, and it turns out it's the boss. And she's carrying these 2 Davy Crockett nuclear shells, and Snake is like, what the hell are you doing? And the boss basically announces her intention to defect to the USSR, and while she is telling him this, the members of her former Special Forces unit, the Cobras, appear, and most of them are in like this helicopter. There's the Pain, the Fear, the end. Who's the guy? I always forget the guy that who's the one that does the fire? Who's the fire
The
guy?
Fury.
The Fury.
I always forget his name as well.
And then there is one that appears when it starts raining in the game called the Sorrow. And the boss says something along the lines of, "He's crying, can't you hear him?" So it's like she's maybe somewhat aware that the Sorrow is around, and it's a bizarre opening because you got a guy that can control bees, you got this guy that looks like he's about 200 years old that pops out his eyes, you got a snake guy with a widow's peak, you've got this this bomb suit guy with that looks like a bomb disposal dude, and then you've got this ghost that's just kind of walking behind her. Like, you have no context for anything behind these guys other than they used to work for the boss.
And isn't it interesting that their unit name is Cobra? Keeping
Yes.
with the snake theme.
Yes, and something that Major Tom says earlier in the game when he calls, when he gives Naked Snake his code name or whatever, he's like, well, it'll become obvious later why you're called that. And it does kind of go into that much later into the story. And while they're all sort of talking and announce themselves, another figure appears, and this is the Russian Colonel Volgin. And he basically kind of looks over these two weapons that the boss has brought as sort of as a prize and a gift for him. And he sees Snake, and he's like, is this guy coming with us? Is he one of your apprentices? And the boss reiterates, no, this one's too young. His heart isn't in combat. And Volgin is like, he's seen my face. We've got to kill him. And the boss insists that no, it's her apprentice. She'll do it. So she beats up Snake pretty badly, disarming him. Snake, the only move that Snake gets in on her is when he grabs her bandana as she's throwing him off of the bridge. And pretty intense scene. It sets up the boss pretty well as a formidable antagonist. And eventually Snake drifts down the river, and as the Cobras and Volgin are flying away, we sort of get a shot inside one of the helicopters where, once again, Volgin is sort of looking at these Davy Crockett missile launchers and decides, I'm going to test one of these bad boys out. And Ocelot's like, wait, you can't do this. This is they might be
Your countrymen.
they're your countrymen. They might be our enemies, but they're still your countrymen. And this, kind of sets up Volgin as this maniac, basically. So he shoots this missile off and destroys part of the base, which is something that sets up events that's going to change the entire story of how this whole mission was supposed to go. And this also sets up another character, kind of, sort of, Sokolov's lover, Tatiana, who is also on the helicopter. And of course, Ocelot is kind of suspicious of her, but Volgin has decided to keep her as a pet. And as they're flying away and as the nuclear blast is going off, an injured Snake, who's basically, this is kind of the tutorial for how to use the healing system in this game, which is very different from the previous two. You don't just use rations anymore. You have to, sew yourself up and use bandages and ointments and all sorts of stuff to heal yourself. And basically there's a huge nuclear blast, and it kind of flashes forward. So do you want to make any, before we go past the prologue, did you have any comments on the opening, the insane opening of this game?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from the onset that this is going to be a wild ride. Like they don't pull any punches from the time that the opening credits scroll is done, in the main menu until the final credits roll. And it's really like the way that they set up, especially the threat of the Cobra unit, teasing them out here to where you eventually see them and what they can do later on, is really well done, especially with the sorrow and with the way the sorrow is sprinkled in throughout. I love that character to bits. But the one thing that I really want to kind of ask you is, what did you think about the gameplay differences between the previous two games and this one? Like now you've got the option of a free camera or a fixed camera, no soliton radar. How did you cope with the changes here?
So when I wanted try to mimic the original experience as much as I could. So because I know for the Substance version and the HD versions, you can go either third person or you can go overhead, like what Metal Gear Solid 2 did. So I went overhead because I was like, well, I'll do third person for the remake when we get to that. So I kind of wanted to go with the OG experience, which I think also made it a little bit more challenging. But
Yeah,
once
sure.
again, I mean, the gameplay in Metal Gear Solid 2 is really smooth, and this is no different. That you do have a motion tracker, but it unlike the previous two games, because this is a story that is set almost 40 years before the events of the other two games. It's got a battery, so it doesn't last very long, and it's not quite as accurate or as helpful as the previous ones. So that also makes it a little bit more of a challenge. But I felt like I adjusted to it really quickly because these games have done a really good job of being different, but not so different that you're like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore.
Yeah, that's one thing that really took me off guard whenever I started playing this game was the fact that the Soliton radar was replaced with, like, it's 3 different radars, isn't it? There's one that you can pulse out that tracks life forms, one
Yep.
that tracks movement, and then there's, I think, one more. And
I did use
fact
the microphone a lot, especially after learning in Metal Gear Solid 2 about the guy that had that conversation with Otacon's sister.
Yeah. Yeah, but the fact that all those were tied to batteries and they were all 3 separate things, I ended up not using a radar barely at all, which it admittedly led to some of my own frustrations, which we can get into a little bit more later on. Um, but it also led to me killing a lot more people in this game than I ever did in 1 or 2, because I
Right.
couldn't accurately track them and what their cone of vision was and where they were at every moment. So it's definitely a different experience, and kind of takes it down a notch in enjoyment for me personally. Which, not to spoil my rankings or anything, but 2 is still my favorite, and I don't think much is gonna be able to change that, just because of how perfectly it did that classic Metal Gear Solid formula.
Right.
But 3 makes up for it with the style and everything, but not having that radar and having the free camera and those environments, they're not exactly built for the fixed camera like I'm used to. Like I caught myself, I was switching between the free camera and the fixed camera pretty regularly to try to, you know, depending on what area I was in, to get the best view of my surroundings.
Right.
But I did, you know, find a bit of frustration for myself in those two aspects of it.
Yeah. And I guess something I should clarify is I did play like the first 6 hours of Delta around when it came out last year. So the story wasn't completely alien to me. But I'd forgotten a decent amount of it. But it was interesting playing it with the fixed camera and the challenges that came with. And I think that I would have had an easier time sneaking around if I'd done third person. But again, I was like, well, I want to play it the way that it was released originally on the PS2. And then it's like, I obviously you could do like the first person view for looking around as well.
Yeah, the first person aiming, first person looking, it was a godsend in 2, and it's, you know, just as useful in 3. That's one of my favorite additions that they added to 2, because it really helped with you know, being able to aim specifically like the head or whatever, instead of just having to look in their general direction, hit X and pray.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
hit square and pray.
Yeah, exactly. But are we ready to move on to the aftermath of the prologue and the story proper?
Yeah.
So, following the failure of the Virtuous mission, Soviet Premier Khrushchev makes a telephone call with U.S. President Lyndon B. Johnson, blaming him for the nuclear attack because basically they were able to detect the U.S.'s airplane in their airspace, so they blamed them for it. But Khrushchev has a very trusting relationship with President Johnson, and kind of knows that he's telling him the truth, that this was the work of Volgin and not the United States. So they talk back and forth that, you know, they're going to need some assurance that the United States is willing to prove its innocence, which sets up a huge twist for later. So after that long phone conversation, Major Zero visits Snake in the ICU, where he is being healed for broken bones and probably radiation burns too, where he tells Naked Snake, like, you know, you and I are more than likely going to be put in front of the firing squad unless we help prove the United States innocence, because you and I are basically being blamed for this incident. So rather than being shot to death, Snake agrees to go on this mission, and this mission's going to be dubbed Snake Eater. They do say that in the game, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, it's Operation Snake Eater.
Okay.
Yep.
So once again, we go to the airspace where, much like the beginning of Metal Gear Solid, Snake is put into this really small capsule and is shot out. Instead of a submarine this time, he's shot out of an airplane. And again, we get he basically, part of his mission is to assassinate the boss, and I believe he's also supposed to retrieve Sokolov once again, and I think to also determine whether or not the Shagohod weapon is ready for deployment and what sort of stasis it is in, and to destroy it if possible. So upon arrival, he he runs into the boss again, and the boss basically
immediately.
Yeah, almost immediately. And she looks she's wearing this really cool, white outfit, and she's like, how is that arm healing? Because he's only been out of the ICU for what, maybe a week or two. So
yeah, it was a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah. So whatever. Again, there's some science fiction going on in the Metal Gear Solid series, or something. Maybe they had nanomachines back in the 60s. I don't know. But she basically tells him once again, "You're not ready for this," and has her horse step on his hand, and tells him to go home to his boss. And that the next time she sees him, she'll kill him. And of course, he's heartbroken once again that his, maternal figure has all but betrayed him and their ideals. But his first objective in this new mission is to return to where he found Sokolov and meet up with another agent called Adam. And once he gets there, he is met by a motorcyclist who is clearly a woman, and he's like, you got to turn off the engine. You're gonna give away our position. And surely enough, it does. And some soldiers show up, and this motorcyclist holds her pistol, gangster style, and basically takes all of them out. And after they're killed, Snake, who has like a secret phrase that he's supposed to say to Adam, he says, what is it? Is it, "Who are the Patriots?"
Yeah.
And
yep.
And she answers that question by pulling out her memes. Which I'm like, the moment she does this, I was like, she's totally trying to distract us. She's trying to make us forget that we're supposed to have a passcode for this, that she's being super sus. But
and guess what though? It works.
It does work, because during this sequence, there's a prompt for a button, and of course I clicked it. I was like, well, what's this do? And of course the camera goes right down to her memes, and Snake kind of smiles and goes, ugh. And and it's like, this is both hilarious, but also works for her character, because it's like, it's clearly she's using her sex appeal to manipulate people.
Yeah, it's very much like, what was that Bond villain? She was, originally seemed to be the love interest for Bond, but betrayed him later on.
Oh, there's so many of those.
Well, I'm thinking of the Sean Connery one, where like, he falls for her and ends up she was just trying to seduce him to get his guard down.
Yeah,
but I very much got that feel from her.
Yeah, so they go into the factory where they start talking, and she introduces herself as Eva, which is a play on Adam and Eve. She even says, "My name is Eva. Are you here to tempt me?" Because there's Adam, Eve, and the snake. So that reference hit me like a brick to the face. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. So she provides Snake with a scientist disguise, and she also gives him a new pistol, which he goes over all of the modifications that this pistol has, and basically goes, he's basically like a car guy, but with guns. Like, he knows the ins and outs of how guns work and why it's been customized a certain way. Very nerdy about weapons. And he Eva basically insists that, he needs to rest, that he's exhausted. And he's like, I don't know who I can trust. And she basically tells him, well, you're going to have to trust me regardless. So he goes to sleep, and she, again, does some more shady shit where she goes outside and talks to somebody on a radio, and Snake wakes up in the morning to her, basically down into her underpants. So what do you think of the introduction of this character?
So immediately, when she's on the motorcycle mowing the people down, I was like, oh, okay, I like her a lot. And then immediately become more and more suspicious of her. To the point that, throughout the runtime of the game, I never really felt like you could ever trust her. Even when Snake's head over heels for her, following her around like a lost puppy, I'm still, got this nagging thought in the back of my mind that something's not right here. Something's not adding up. Of course, I don't know how many detective skills you need to put together that this is the same girl from Volgan's helicopter earlier, just minus the glasses and a different costume. But that's one thing. Like, I immediately was like, all right, that looks like the same person, and I never, like, you never know which side she's on.
Yeah.
She always feels like she's playing for the other team.
Yeah, totally. So when they wake up in the morning, they find out that the Ocelot unit is combing the area. So they make a plan to escape. And while they're escaping, they kind of separate. And she gets caught by Ocelot, who took Snake's advice and now has a revolver. And Ocelot is very surprised that this motorcyclist is a woman and takes note of her perfume. And he basically shoots off his gun about 6 times and kind of forgets, because he's new to the revolver, that there's 6 bullets. A point he makes in Metal Gear Solid 1, 6 bullets, enough to kill anything that moves. But because he's new to his shiny new weapon, he goes to shoot one of them, but he doesn't have any more bullets. And of course they disarm him, and he eventually gets away, and Eva almost straight up kill him. And Snake says something to the extent like, no, we can't kill him. He's too young. And which I was like, I thought was odd. Like, obviously you can't kill him because he's alive in the future. Like, I get that, but
you create a paradox.
Right, yeah, and that does happen in the game. I did decide I was like, what the hell happens if I, kill him? So I did kill him during the prologue, and if you do that, you get Campbell coming over the radio, be like, Snake, you've created a paradox. And it says Ocelot is dead on the screen. And I was so happy because I was like, I knew that would happen.
Which that brings me to something that I was gonna. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, but it's one of the first things that I remember hearing about the series. So, have you heard of the theory that Metal Gear Solid 3 is all a simulation?
No.
So there's little things like the paradox and Campbell coming over the radio whenever you do it, that a lot of people have theorized that Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of the simulations that were used to train Raiden. Because, he talks about how he's done all these VR missions. So the theory goes that Metal Gear Solid 3, the Virtuous Mission and Operation Snake Eater, are both VR missions that are used to train cadets like Raiden for the U.S. government.
I mean, that
and that we're just basically playing through that simulation.
I guess you could make that case for probably any of the games, really.
Yeah, but it's interesting. Like the more you look into it, like there's certain like technologies that didn't exist and stuff like that, and they kind of use that theory to hand wave away any any criticisms on it being inaccurate, uh, that sort of stuff. I feel like it's a pretty interesting theory to kind of dig into and see all the evidence that they have for it.
Yeah, it makes you question
And
everything.
I'm inclined to believe it. Yeah, well, especially after the big you know mind meld of a twist at the end of two. Who's to say which way's up?
Yeah, exactly. But Ocelot doesn't get away for long, because once you start heading towards the direction where Eva told you that Sokolov was located, you get ambushed by Ocelot and his unit again, but you're in sort of this, like, I guess a ravine where you're on one side and Ocelot is on the other, and he tells his soldiers, don't interfere. And we have our first boss fight of the game, with Ocelot. So like we always do with the show, I always like to stop at the boss fights and talk about them. So for this first boss fight, you're basically in a gun duel, on opposite sides. It's kind of similar to the boss fight with Olga at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 2, except it's a little bit more open, and there's more ways to mess with the environment. Of course, you can just shoot Ocelot directly, but you can also hit beehives to land on him. What did you think of this boss fight with Ocelot?
So I actually really enjoy these almost shooting gallery like boss fights. So it's a nice introduction, like you said, kind of keeping with Olga's fight from 2. It's a nice way to kind of introduce the character to all the environmental things that you can do. I think you can like drop a beehive on Ocelot.
Yes.
And there's a couple different things. All in all, it's not, incredibly groundbreaking as a boss fight, but it's fun enough. And the fact that the first boss fight of the game is against Ocelot, it wins extra points in my heart for that.
Right.
But his guns. So there's one of my favorite lines in the series, just because it's reiterated in another game, and that reiteration kind of stuck in my head. But whenever, earlier on, whenever he first debuts his revolvers, Snake says, let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, he says, "It's a nice gun, I'll give you that, but the engraving gives you no tactical advantage
Right.
whatsoever." So it shows that Ocelot's still just trying to showboat around, and you get a lot of that in this boss fight too. Like even the cutscene with him flipping and like he does flips all around.
Right. That was,
I forget it.
both a charming and
It's
irritating part.
ridiculously long.
Yeah, where the fight will like straight up stop to show the animation of him reloading his gun, and I'm like, this is it's like I should just be able to shoot him right now, but the game doesn't let you.
But it shows, like, it does a really good job of showing that he's more interested in just showing off and being like, look at how awesome I am right now, than actually, being efficient and getting the job done.
Right.
Because if that was the case, then this would be a very short game.
Yeah, very much so. But the duel between Ocelot and Snake is interrupted by bees. And Snake drops down into this crevice to escape from the bees, and is basically introduced into this maze-like cavern, and he has to find his way through this cave, using I believe, either night vision goggles or a torch. And of course, you can find like frogs, crabs, and all sorts of other stuff to eat down here. But once you get to where the exit is, you are blocked by another boss fight with the Pain. And this boss fight with the Pain is set up in this part of the cave where there's a main island where he's on, and there's a couple of smaller ones, but you can kind of swim around and go to the different ones to sort of escape from the bees. And this boss fight with the Pain, basically your best bet is to try to avoid grenades if you can, because what happens is he calls out to the hornets and says grenade, and the hornets basically catch the grenade and float it slowly at you to use your weapons against you. What was your preferred weapon for taking down the Pain?
So, as you know full well by this point, I generally stick with the starter pistol. Whatever the starter pistol is in these games is normally my tried and true throughout the entire thing. However, Metal Gear Solid 3, I make an exception for the AK. That's
Yeah.
I don't normally like go outside of the like non-lethal pistol, whichever game it is. But I found myself in this playthrough specifically gravitating towards the assault rifle wide a bit, mostly because even if it's just in presentation, Snake Eater feels like more of an action game than a sneaking game to me.
I agree.
So it makes me want to play it more like an action game, and leads to me, getting spotted a lot more and having to kill a lot more people. But I feel like that's part of the charm of this one. So yeah, I did use the AK for this fight, and it's funny because I played the Legacy of Kain series between my first playthrough of this game and this second playthrough, and there is a boss in Soul Reaver that is basically this, but inverted. So in the Soul Reaver boss fight, you're on platforms that's surrounding a pool of water, whereas in Snake Eater, you're in a pool of water that has basically an island in the middle. Right. That the boss is on. So it's kind of funny to see the inverse of that fight, and I'll have to say I hate it either way. I felt like I was at such a disadvantage not being able to be on solid ground to fight the Pain, and that was kind of a point of friction for me. I feel like I'm saying this a lot already this episode, but whenever you have, two near perfect experiences, and then you start changing stuff up in the third one, I mean, there's going to be some getting used to it. But I do like that they tried something different with the water combat, and that's something that we didn't see in the other two games at all.
Right. So I wonder. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I hate fighting with a gun in the water in any game, but let alone in a series that I'm used to not even being able to touch the water without dying. Now having to try to figure out how to swim and shoot at the same time it can be a little bit much, especially this early on in the gameplay.
Right. Yeah, my main strategy for this guy was to swim around behind him, to like basically get out of his point of view, and then throw a stun grenade to sort of disperse the bees, and then unload with either the AK-47 or my pistol. What difficulty did you play the game on?
So I played it on normal, I think. I'm pretty sure I played it on easy the first time I played it, and stuck to normal this time.
Okay, so I did easy this time around. It's like did he ever take you out, or did you kill him on the first try?
It got close, but I did kill him the first try. That's was not the case for all of the bosses, but for the pain, I was able to take him out first try, even though he did get me pretty low in health.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like, I mean, again, there's a couple of different, depending on what weapons you have, there's a couple of different strategy you could try, but I think my favorite was to try to get to where he didn't know where I was and just basically surprise attack him. But, you know, I think it's a pretty straightforward boss fight as far as, like, mechanics. I don't think there's any, like, real secret way to take him out or anything like that. So
I feel like the biggest challenge of this boss was just the environment that he was in.
right.
But now, other than that, it's, you know, and having his little bee henchman, it's pretty much just point and shoot.
But once Snake defeats the pain, he leaves the cave and heads towards the aqueduct leading to a warehouse. Approaching the warehouse, Snake surveils the dock area and witnesses Cobra members The End, The Fear, The Boss, and Colonel Volgin, along with Sokolov and the lover of Sokolov, Tatiana, aka Eva. Volgin threatens the rebellious Sokolov by harming Tatiana with his electrical powers. Basically, he assaults her and electrocutes her at the same time. You know, it throughout this game, it definitely reiterates again and again that Volgin is a disgusting human being and a terrible one at that. So far, probably the most vile of the villains that Metal Gear has provided so far. Would you agree with that statement?
Oh, yeah, he was one that I was very, very happy to shoot in the face when the time
I was
came.
like, I can't wait to kill this guy. It's like, just let me at him. And Ocelot also starts antagonizing Sokolov, and does basically a version of Russian roulette where he takes a bullet in one of his guns and he starts doing the gun tricks. And Sokolov wets himself, bringing that trope back. I have expected there to be a reveal that he's related to Otacon in some way, but I guess it's just a nod, unless I missed something.
No, I think it's just you've got to have one coward in each of these games that pees themselves, and
but I thought that was
it's one of those boxes that he's got to tick in each of the games he does.
But it's always been a family member of Otacon's that does that. So I thought maybe that was going to be a reveal later on in the game, and it just wasn't. So eventually the boss stops Ocelot and basically says that you need to cut this shit out, and Volgin makes the comment that the pain has been taken out by Snake and somebody needs to take care of this guy, so they send both the Fear and the End to track Snake down, and I guess from what I understand, if you time it just right during this part and you snipe the End, you can skip his boss fight altogether.
Yeah, so there's actually a few different ways you can deal with the End. And yeah, if you kill him right here, whenever you go into his boss arena later on, it's filled with the Ocelot unit members instead of the End.
Right. So Snake eventually sneaks his way into the building. And I think this is also, is this another part where you can also see is the sorrow also present for this scene? Am I remembering incorrectly? Because I think it does start to rain.
I think so.
Because Something else I found out about this game is that there are secret. So if you press, like, for me, it was the right bumper, you can see certain things, and there was a prompt for it, but apparently there are invisible prompts. So if you're just watching the cutscenes and you spam the right bumper, you might get like a secret, like, little look at something. Were you aware that was a thing?
Yeah, I know there's some moments where like the sorrow may give you a hint or like be pointing something out to the player. So yeah, there are little, moments like that with him in this game, which I honestly led me to be more endeared by the sorrow. By the time it came to actually face him, I was already so intrigued by his characters because he's sprinkled throughout so regularly
Yeah.
and so interestingly, that's the one character that really intrigued me the most throughout this story.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I was like, what the hell is this guy's deal? Why is he a ghost? And it's like, is he a member of the Cobras or not? Or is he the boss's motivation for doing this whole thing? But we'll get to that later for sure. So once Snake gets into the research laboratory, he dons his very convincing scientist disguise. I love that he still keeps on his bandana when he puts on the glasses and the coat. For my playthrough, I actually put on the Raiden mask for that. For the most part, for most of that thing, but apparently it doesn't matter if you are still looking like Snake. And I'm like, this is freaking hilarious and ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the Raiden mask is a little bit better used later on.
For sure.
Yeah, that's why I would just go whenever I played it. I would just go with the normal Snake with the scientist
Right,
coat
yeah.
on.
Yeah, so you can get by all the guards and stuff, no problem. It's the other scientists that are kind of an issue. Like, if they get a good look at you, you're supposed to, turn your back to them and push up your glasses to keep up your sort of disguise. But if they, like, look right at your face, they will sound the alarm, so you kind of got basically knock them out if you do that. That was one of the harder parts of the game for me because I didn't realize that that the scientists were more likely to recognize you weren't one of them. And I'm not clear on this. Are they all prisoners, or do some of them actually work there?
I was under the impression that some of them were just like that was their job.
Okay.
But I don't think it explicitly says one way or the other for each of them. But yeah, I kind of, I guess, assumed that this was just their day job for the most part.
Because I was like, if they're prisoners, why are they sounding the alarm? Why would they care that somebody else was walking around unless they were afraid that if they didn't say something they would be reprimanded later?
Yeah, I figured that they'd try to like slip you a note or something if they were a prisoner.
Right, yeah, blink twice if you're being held against your will.
Yeah.
So once you get past them, you don't find Sokolov. Instead, you find the facility's director. This is a long name, so bear with me. Dr. Alexandry Linovich Granin. And he's big mad about Volgan's funding being diverted to the Shagold's development rather than his own weapon, a bitantal tech that he described as a Metal Gear. So he, after Snake compliments him on his shoes and explains his backstory, he tells Snake about the Philosopher's Legacy, which is the source of Volgan's vast wealth that he uses to pay for these advanced weaponry. And he hopes for Snake to take Sokolov back to the United States and for his own weapon to be recognized as superior. Granted then provides him with a key card to help him reach the mountains via the locked door in the other warehouse. He also mentions a secret underground tunnel that runs along the perimeter of Groznyj, which Snake could use to secretly infiltrate the base. So what do you make of this conversation?
Just, classic exposition dump there about the philosopher's legacy. But it's really interesting to me to, see how they're starting to flesh out the history of, like, the world. It started as kind of just the sci-fi series, and now it's going into this, deep alternate history that stretches back, to the beginning of the founding of the U.S. at least. The difference is, Kojima could, when he was doing these games, could have just woken up one day and said, "All right, now it starts with, the founding of the First Nation was different this way, and it caused this rift there," and I feel like he had a very deep interest in, like, the secret organizations and stuff, and that kind of led him to think of things like the philosophers and, like, the Lolly Lily Low
Right.
and stuff like that he was, like, influenced by, like, the Illuminati and that stuff. And it's interesting to see how he kind of brings that into his own mythos with the Metal Gear games. But I always like whenever they go into, like, these 10-15 minute long explanations for why this dude has money.
Yeah, and I
yeah, like,
I appreciate that. I think this game does a better job of spreading the long cutscenes out than Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 has more generous gameplay to cutscene ratio. Would you agree with that?
oh, absolutely. Like, I will say the cutscenes do feel longer in 3. Like, I think the opening cutscene was what, like 35 minutes, something like that. But it does feel like it's more spread out versus Metal Gear Solid 2. It's very backloaded with
Right.
the heavy story and the longer cutscenes. And I'm wondering if this was a decision made in response to criticism of Metal Gear Solid 2, because it very much does feel like, it does feel like a conscious decision to spread the story out a bit better versus what we got previously.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But once Snake again leaves the facility and is heading back to the warehouse, key in hand, we get to this very wide open area, and I was like, once I got into this area, I was like, this is totally a boss fight arena. And sure enough, the fear jumps out and says a line that took me by surprise, where he's like, "Come into my web." Like, I took a screenshot of him, upside down like a freaking spider, telling Snake to come into his web, and I'm like, okay, you freak, get away from me.
Let me tell you what, this guy freaked me out. Like, him climbing up the trees and everything. Like,
Yeah.
it almost reminded me of, like, the girl from The Ring.
Yes.
I mean, I was uncomfortable this entire time.
He's basically a combination of most humans' natural fears, which is snakes and spiders. Basically, that's because he climbs like a spider, but he moves and hisses like a snake because he's got a forked tongue. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. Yep. So we go to the boss fight with him, and he basically is able to camouflage himself like the Predator. So what did you think of this particular boss fight? Because this is the third boss fight in the game.
Yeah, I remember this one giving me a particularly hard time, especially the first playthrough that I had, because for whatever reason, and this happened both times, I had a very hard time keeping track of him throughout the arena. Um, so I would constantly lose sight of him, and then I'd see him like on the side of a tree and just start unloading on him, and he'd be gone again. So he did end up killing me a couple of times throughout the boss fight. Um, but yeah, I was, like I said, very uncomfortable with the presentation, with his movements,
Right.
with everything about him. So I was ready to be done.
And he can poison you too. So it's like while you're getting shot by one of his arrows, it poisons you. So you have to, worry about that. And then there are traps because this is a wide open area. And if you screw up, you can get you basically can get returned to the Jedi where the branch comes down and smashes you. And my strategy for taking him out was to track him with the microphone. Now that I'm thinking of it, I don't know if I had it at the time, but I guess you could have also used the heat sensor goggles. That probably would have been a good one too. But for the most part, I used the microphone, and then I would just, once I spotted him, I would shoot him with the AK. So what weapons did you use against him?
Mostly the AK as well. And I didn't know until doing research for this episode. Apparently, you can use the fake death pill to lure him out, and so he'll basically like come down on you like a spider coming for its prey, and then you can take the revival pill and use a stun grenade on him and then mow him down that way.
Right.
I had no idea that was a possibility until I was researching for this, and that would have been useful information before the fight.
Right. And I believe you can also use food to lure him out as well.
See, I didn't know about that either. I was just trying to keep track of him and pop one in him as soon as I could.
Yeah, he's quite the talker, so it's like that's why I got the idea is like I'll use the mic because once I hear him, I can better track down where he's at and then shoot him a couple times and then run away. But I thought it was a creative boss fight.
Yeah, it definitely shakes it up more than either of the other two does. And the fact that he uses the newfound verticality in this game to his advantage, it really made it feel like a whole new ball game because you didn't have any other enemies scaling trees or anything like that up to this point in the game. But can I just say, nobody makes an exit quite like the Fear.
Yeah. Yeah, because he gets like kind of like strung up and just keeps saying his name over and over and over again until he explodes, right?
In a very violent fashion, yes.
Yeah. Did you have any other comments on him as a boss fight?
Not really. Just the fact that he managed to unnerve me so much in such a short time on screen is kind of impressive. Like I can see why they would want Kojima to direct a Silent Hill game if he can just pull that out of his back pocket.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty weird, and something we get this with a little bit of some of the other boss fights, but something I missed with most of them was, in Metal Gear Solid, once you defeat the boss, you kind of get their tragic backstory as they're dying in the cutscene. So we didn't really get much of that in Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like I don't know if you played the earlier Assassin's Creed games, but like you'd have the moment before they finally died where they just unpack all of their life's trauma on you and or maybe tell you which way to go, and it kind of reminded me of that in Metal Gear Solid 1, and then in 2 and 3 they feel more like more like cartoon villains. I feel
Right.
like they getting you to sympathize with the characters, or at least with the enemy, was a bit less of a priority. And really, I kind of prefer it the way that Metal Gear Solid 1 did it. It made me, you know, feel for the characters more, relate to them more, especially with like Sniper Wolf and her whole connection with Otacon. Um, However much of that was real, it's hard to say, but nevertheless, it made me feel for the character more in the end, despite the fact that she tried to snipe me and murder me twice.
Right, exactly. Um, but once we defeat him, Snake returns to the warehouse using the card, and after that, he's contacted by Eva, uh, and she says that she's going to rendezvous with him atop the mountain, and that she would provide him with a key to access the underground tunnel. However, this confuses Snake, since Granning earlier gave him a key card that he claimed would also lead him to this tunnel. Eva tells him that it's the wrong type of key, and she warns him about the next boss fight with the End, who is basically like this sniper that is about 100 years old. And she kind of describes him as being able to power himself with the sun. He has the power of photosynthesis, and that while Snake might be good with a sniper, he's not to underestimate this other sniper despite his old age.
Yeah. So, how did you find the End?
So basically right after that, you find this large open area, which is kind of cut into 3 different sections. Like the boss fight with the End is huge. It's by far the biggest boss arena in the series thus far. And once again, I pulled out my microphone and I would point it around where I could hear him talking to himself or breathing, because he's old, so he has some breathing problems. So then once I could narrow him down, I'd pull out the sniper and track him down. But for the most part, I was able to find him either by using the microphone, or I would see his scope get glimmered off with the sun. What about you?
So I actually thought that this was a surprisingly easy boss fight. I've heard a lot of stuff about how challenging the End can be and everything over the course of the years of me hearing about this game. But whenever it actually came to fighting him, in both playthroughs I was able to more or less just sneak around the environment, taking it slowly, and just come up on him. I didn't really use the directional microphone a whole lot, so it was mostly just like me scanning the environment with my eyes as I go around, and I was able to find him and sneak up on him fairly easily with some patience each time, and I took him out. I think there was he got 2 or 3 shots off on me. But it was relatively easy for what I had been told for years was this insanely difficult boss fight.
Yeah.
And you know about the alternate way to kill him?
Yes.
In the arena?
So I'm assuming you're talking about if you save before this boss fight, or I guess even during it, and like if you saved on your PS2 and either came back in 2 weeks or set the clock forward 2 weeks ahead, the End would die of old age. Is that what you're referring to?
Literally, he would just die because he is so old that he cannot wait for you to finish the fight.
Right. I mean, when you show up to the arena, he's kind of almost dead already, and it's the bird that kind of wakes up, and he's like, "Oh, I think he says something along the lines of I thank Mother Nature for waking me up for this one last fight.
Yeah, it almost feels like his body's in like a hibernation state,
Right.
uh, going into the fight, and he's just kind of roused up for this one final, you know, either do the boss proud or, like Craven the Hunter, have one of his prey finally kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, I did read during the development and that's why I wanted to save this for once we got to the end's boss fight, that Kojima wanted to basically develop a boss fight that could potentially take hours, and I can't see how this would take hours. I don't think I had as nearly as easy a time as you did, but it certainly didn't take me more than maybe 15 or 20 minutes, maybe not even that long. Maybe it was likely more 10 or 15 minutes. But the only way I guess I could see this taking hours is if you played it on the hardest difficulty. And maybe it was harder to spot him on the PS2 because of the blurrier graphics, but I don't know. So
Yeah, I feel like they're talking about the people on like the European extreme mode. You know, I don't. I. It's funny because I've heard for years that like this boss fight is so hard that, you know, this times, or the 2 week thing is like the only way to beat him, and stuff like that. And then you actually get in, or I personally actually went into the arena expecting this difficult fight, and so I was sneaking around taking care to not be spotted, and just, I mean, took him out. So it's kind of funny to me, the juxtaposition between what I was told and what I actually saw when I got here.
yeah, I really enjoy the boss fight though. What's surprising is like I used the sniper to fight him because I was like I want to be sniper v sniper, and oddly enough with all three of these games I've really enjoyed the sniper sections, which is odd because I'm notoriously bad at using snipers and like Halo and Gears of War, but for some reason something about these games I've done all right. I don't know if it's because I'm not fighting against another living person. I guess we'll have to see what happens once we start playing some of these online games.
It's the Metal Gear magic.
I guess. But I really enjoyed the end's boss fight. I was like, once I was like, oh, I have all this area to work with. I just loved the vibe of a sniper v sniper battle. And maybe next time when I fight him in Delta, maybe I'll try to like track him down and actually fight him hand to hand or closer. But it's funny that I mentioned that, you know, I miss the dying dialogue of Metal Gear Solid 1. It's like you do get some dialogue as the end is, you know, dying, and, you know, you get a really sad scene with his bird, you know, flying away from him as he passes away. So I thought his death scene was actually really effective.
Yeah, that's the end is probably the second, I don't know, I'll say third, my third favorite of the antagonists in this game, because like similar to the Sorrow, he kind of has me wondering like what is his deal. Like I want to see in the game development documents that they've got, I want to see exactly what Kojima had for his backstory and his explanation of why his like eyeballs pop out of his head and he's like seems to be like one with nature and all this stuff. I'm very curious because I almost got a sense of like he was like hibernating and like living off of the energy of nature around him. And I don't know if that's totally off base or
No,
what, but
I think you're right on track.
yeah, it's very interesting to like. I want to know what is up with him. Why is he like this? What kind of inspired Kojima to create this character. Um, and that's one reason I wish there was a development diary like there was in Metal Gear Solid 2, because you could so clearly see the inspirations, from the time that idea was started in his brain to the final product. You could kind of track it down through the entries of the diary, and I wish we had something like that for this game.
Yeah, yeah, no, I totally agree. But once you kill him, you go through the mountains, and this was another tricky part for me, because you're basically trying to work past these guys to go meet up with Eva, and it's part of like a mountain pass, and so this sets up a big oopsie daisy that is revealed to me when you fight the Sorrow, because there are vultures that fly all over the place, and I end up killing one of the guys to get past them, and a vulture and then I later on kill a vulture and eat it. And what do vultures do, Isaac? What do they
Vultures
eat?
eat dead things.
Yeah, they eat dead things.
Dead things.
So keep that in mind for later. But you can also have like a helicopter fight in this area if you so choose, because there's a helicopter that kind of goes by that is sort of combing the area. And I did fight that helicopter because I was like, for some reason, my thought was maybe I should take this down now so it doesn't bother me potentially later in the game. Because I felt like that's something that Kojima would do. Like, oh, if you take out this helicopter now, maybe it won't be a problem later. So as I believe I used a rocket launcher to take it out, and then used one of the miniguns to finish it off. But this was, oddly enough, one of my favorite parts of the game, because there's a lot of like trenches that you could go down into to sneak past the guards, and holes in the walls, and these little miniature caves that you could sneak into and wait for them to walk by. Like, I thought the whole mountain pass section was great. What'd you think?
I really liked it. So the environmental designs in this game are some of my favorite parts of the game, because you had Metal Gear Solid 1, which was just a big military compound. Metal Gear Solid 2 was mostly interiors again, and then Metal Gear Solid 3, you get to it and you've got so many like varied locations just within this one map that you go around, and it shows a lot of versatility in the developers that you didn't get in the previous two games, which I really enjoyed. Now,
Right.
Having said that, I found myself so frequently getting turned around and getting lost.
Yeah, especially in the
3.
jungle areas.
Yes, that once you're in a certain type of environment, it all tends to kind of blend together, and that caused a lot of problems for me because I'm directionally challenged anyways. So if I can get turned around in a town that I grew up in, I'm definitely not going to figure out which way I need to be going to get to, like, for instance, Sokolov's lab in like the very beginning. I don't know how many times I like took a circle in that little area before you get up to like where they're keeping Sokolov. So and I had that problem throughout, different areas in the game. But no, I feel like for these caves specifically, I feel like it's a very fun location. It almost kind of reminded me of like the section with before you get to Sniper, or maybe after Sniper Wolf. Whenever you're like in the cavern with her wolves,
Yeah.
it kind of reminds me of that part.
Sure.
Which I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I'll have to say it's probably one of my favorite environments that you get to explore in the game.
And once you get past those guys, that's where you meet Eva, and she gives him the key, and starts explaining to him that she's also secured a wig, which is a large plane, and that will be their ticket out of there basically once they've completed their mission. She then warns him that Sokolov was being held in a highly secured west wing of the Fortress Weapons Lab, and that he could only enter himself. He could only enter by disguising himself as Major Rykhanov of the GRU. During this conversation, Snake also discovers that Eva has some scars that came from Volgin, as well as some scars that seem much older. And this is where he starts suspecting her a bit more. And of course, she uses, again, her sex appeal and, gets close to kissing him a couple of times. And one of these scars, he kind of deduces that it wasn't from Volgin because it's much older. And during this conversation is basically interrupted by a gunshot, and they go out to investigate. And I believe this is the part where Volgin is punching a bunch of barrels, and it's revealed that what's his name? That the guy that gave you the key was Alexander Granin was in one of them, which I thought was a really brutal scene. Once again showing how terrible of a human being Volgin is. So she reiterates again that he needs to be careful, and as they're witnessing this, he sees Ocelot and the boss. Hold on. So as they're witnessing this, Eva kind of realizes that she needs to start heading back before she's found out again. And then this is when Snake sees Ocelot, the boss, and Tatiana talking to Volgin. And this is also another scene where Ocelot notices that there are some scuff marks on Tatiana's boots, and he also makes note of her perfume. So Snake begins descending into the tunnels. And he is confronted by the pyromaniac member called the Fury. What did you make of this boss fight?
Well, it's definitely got the most flair out of any of them so far. It's kind of funny because I grew up playing a lot of Spider-Man games, and there's one in particular. I can't remember if it's Spider-Man 1 or Spider-Man 2, where you fight the Shocker in a subway tunnel. And there's like 3 different tunnels, and he can pop in each of them and like shoot his little waves down the path, and you have to jump to another one to dodge. This boss fight reminds me so much of that it gave me a hit of nostalgia without, I never played this in my childhood or anything like that, but it felt so similar to that because, the Fury would come down with each little lane, I guess, for lack of a better word, with his flamethrower and like scorch the whole lane, and you have to run down to avoid him, and then you can start firing at him.
Right.
Which I thought it was fun. It's interesting how they're playing with verticality so much in this game, because with the pain, you're down in the water having to shoot up at him on the island. The Fear is up in the trees, and now you've got the Fury who's flying on his jetpack.
Right, and at times the end could be in a higher up position.
Yeah, he stays on the ground, but he's like you could have to look straight up to find him. Yeah. So it's cool to see how, I guess, um, they discovered that they could put people higher than you, and they really wanted to run with that.
Yeah, yeah. He
But
basically like, how did I defeat him?
yeah, I was just gonna ask how you like the Fury's boss fight.
He was okay. I think that this I almost totally forgot about him, to be totally honest. I barely noticed him in the opening cutscene because he doesn't really, because each villain makes an impression when they're in the helicopter, but he's kind of mostly in the background. Like I think he has maybe one line of dialogue, but it's like you get, the snake guy, the bee guy, the guy whose eyes pop out of his head, and of course the Sorrow and Vulcan. But I don't think the Fury really makes that huge of an impression. I mean, I'm not saying the boss fight is bad. It was fun. My strategy was to mostly keep my distance from him and snipe him as I saw him like fly by off in the distance. And basically
Now,
once you finish him off, he turns into one of the spirits from Doom 3.
now I will say I agree with you there. I feel like each one of the Cobra unit has a visual identifier that you can just immediately like. You can take a glance and like if he's got bees around him, it's the pain. If it's the infamous Widow's Peak or the Forked Tongue, it's the fear. And the Fury just it kind of does have a bland design when stacked up against the rest of the Cobra unit.
Right.
And like going into this podcast, I had to look up a list of the Cobra units because I kept going through them all, and I was like, all right, there's the Sorrow, the fear, the pain, the end, and what's the other one's name? What is that? And it's just, I remember the fire, like him coming through with the fire, but I can't remember anything else about him, which I
Right.
do feel like does make him a weaker character overall. Like it especially in such an an outstanding cast
Yeah.
as what we've got in this game. He just doesn't stack up to the rest of them, I feel like.
Right. It was to the point like when he showed up, I was like, "Who the hell is that?" And I was like, I was questioning. I was like, "Was this a member of the team that wasn't in the, prologue?" Like I had to go back and watch the betrayal scene with the boss because I wasn't sure that he was in the helicopter. But no, he's present for that scene. He just doesn't really do much. I think that what they could have done maybe is when he says his dialogue, you cut to him and maybe he pulls out a lighter and flicks it open, just but it's like each boss in that scene does something to make themselves known. But I think when he has his line of dialogue, he's kind of standing behind one of the other characters.
Yeah, that's I don't remember where he is or what he does in that opening cutscene. I really couldn't tell you one way or the other, but I do feel like it's kind of an injustice to the character, because like I said, he's surrounded by so many other characters that do have their own unique designs or personalities or both, and then he's just kind of getting the scraps that the
Yeah,
rest of them leave him.
he's apparently a wannabe spaceman that also likes fire. I don't know.
He's Firefly from Batman.
Right, yeah, pretty much. So, like I said, once he explodes and turns into a spirit demon from Doom 3 and opens up a pathway for you, you find this ridiculously long ladder. I believe this is the scene where Snake climbs up this really long ladder and the almost entirety of the Snake Eater theme plays. Is that correct? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, it's something like 3 minutes of just straight climbing a ladder.
Yeah. So this allows Snake to infiltrate the base, and you find a soldier that looks really, really familiar, especially if you've played the previous game. And what does the name Rykinoff sound like to you?
Why, it sounds kind of like Raiden.
Yeah. So you're this little side quest is basically you're supposed to knock this guy out, take his uniform, and use the mask that you started the game with to impersonate him. As somebody that, like, I think it's fair to say that you love Raiden. How do you feel about this part of the game?
I thought it was really funny to have him show up here again, but after learning that it was kind of like because people didn't like Raiden, and I think I saw somewhere that Kojima put this in as like kind of letting players get their kicks in on Raiden. I
Yeah,
was a little disappointed by that
yeah,
because that's a character that really resonated with me and that I really enjoyed. And the fact that he was so hated that Kojima was like, "Yeah, I'll let him beat up on him a little bit." And I I didn't enjoy that, but I did enjoy getting to see him show up again, in a similar way to like Johnny.
I'm
And
I'm I'm
he's
curious to
always
see.
here.
I'm curious to see if this is if we find out like in one of the later games that this is a distant relative of Raiden's. And something else that shows up a lot in this game that was in Metal Gear Solid 2 is the posters of attractive models in lockers or on walls or in offices. But Rykinoff has a poster of Raiden in his locker.
Yeah. So I did just look it up to see if there was a connection in the games between Raiden and Rykov, and apparently, this is according to Google, so take it for what you will. Um, but apparently, his name is Ivan Raidinovich Rykov,
Right.
which Raidinovich means son of Raiden, apparently, and Ivan is basically the Russian equivalent of Jack. So it's just, purely a play on Raiden, and in the most on the nose way possible, in looks, naming everything. But he's not actually related in the game series to Raiden.
Right. But you basically you don his face and his uniform, and you can use this to go all about the base and interact with the different people. The only ones that will notice that you're not who you look like is the dogs. So avoid the dogs. But once you find Sokolov, you witness Tatiana taking a film from him before she eventually leaves. And, Snake takes note of this. Like, again, Ava/Tatiana is being suspicious. And he makes his way into the room to talk to Sokolov. And Sokolov recognizes him as the man from the CIA. He then explains Phase 2, a method he devised to allow the Shagohod to fire missiles at incredible distance. They simply place a rocket booster engine onto the tank, which allows it to travel over 300 miles per hour, which extends the Shagohod's firing distance from 2,500 miles to over 6,000 miles, enough to strike anywhere in the United States from anywhere in the Soviet Union. Volgin was planning on mass producing this weapon in about 24 hours and distribute them all to the countries of the Eastern Bloc, essentially ending the Cold War and leading to the world in a full-blown nuclear war. Snake asks Sokolov what is the best way to destroy the Zagohod, and Sokolov remember that some C3 could easily help destroy it. Snake also learned that Tatiana was not actually Sokolov's lover, but his supervisor on the Zagohod project before Vulcan interfered, and that she was actually supposed to pose as Vulcan's lover. Gross. He also told Snake to assure his family's safety, refusing to leave the base as he realizes that Khrushchev is going to send him to the gulags, and even if he did successfully defect to America, he'd only be used to create their war machines anyway. As Snake is about to escort Sokolov out of the base, they are confronted by Vulcan, who easily sees through Snake's disguise. So, I want to talk about this. How does Vulcan deduce that Snake is not Reichenhoff?
Well, you're talking about Vulcan being a horrible human being. I don't know how many superior officers would know one of the subordinates by the feel of their balls.
Right.
He just straight up grabs his full package and he's like, "Huh, you're not Rykov." I mean,
he's like too small.
He immediately knew by the feel that he's like, this is not you. What's up?
Right. It's heavily implied throughout the game that Vulcan and Reichenhoff were also lovers.
Yeah, I feel like Vulcan was, getting down with anybody that he could. at that point, I mean.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, gross person. So, he finds out that Snake is disguised as Reichenhoff, and they capture Snake after Vulcan beats the crap out of him. And they hang up Snake, and once again we get another torture scene, which has been kind of a mainstay for these past 3 games. And as your eyes are covered, you can hear Vulcan torture Sokolov as well, and eventually he shoots him. And I like that this. Well, I don't like this scene. This scene is horrible. But I appreciate the fact that I don't have to do anything to survive the torture scene, because that was really difficult in Metal Gear Solid 1. But basically, the boss and Ocelot also show up, and Vulcan basically says, "Hey, you need to show that you're still loyal to me. Kill your apprentice," and hands him a gun. And as I believe Ocelot also decides to test Tatiana, and Snake basically pulls a maneuver to save her, and in the process the boss accidentally shoots his eye out. So I mean, that's how we get the iconic eye patch from Escape from New York, is Snake gets his eye shot out by the boss, basically saving her the grief of having to her kill him right then and there. So Vulcan decides he's gonna, have fun time again with Tatiana, and throws Snake in the brig. And you wake up in the brig, and you are given a password left via codec. Why the hell didn't I write this down? What? How are you given the password that opens up your cell?
So I'm pretty sure it's one of those times when you can see the sorrow. He's holding up the codec
That's what
frequency.
I thought.
Yeah, and you call that codec frequency that the sorrow is showing you, and that's how you get it.
Okay, that's right. So you use, so Snake escapes from the prison cell, and he rushes out, and he's basically told by Ava that he'll have to get his stuff from her, and that he needs to escape through the underground sewers. So he makes his way through the sewers, dodging between dogs, and eventually getting to the end of this waterway where he's confronted once again by Ocelot, and he instead of being captured again or challenged by Ocelot, he basically swan dives into the water once again. And Snake basically falls into a death state, where he wakes up in this straight narrow area where there's trees hanging overhead, and this is where you meet the Sorrow officially, and you're basically, this is a boss fight question mark, where you walk through the ghosts of everybody that you've killed in this game. And that dawned on me pretty quickly. I was like, wait a minute. Are these the ghosts of all the people I've killed in the game? And certainly they are. What do you think of this section?
Not only the people, but the animals too.
Yeah. And remember when I said to keep in mind that I ate a vulture? So there's a part where I'm like walking past these ghosts, and there's a guy getting attacked by a vulture, and he says something along the lines of, "I can't believe you ate me." So it heavily implies that during my playthrough, I secondhand did cannibalism by eating this vulture, which Snake, in my defense, did say, tasty. So that was, that sent me into a little bit of a crisis. I was like, shit, I didn't even think, because I didn't see that particular vulture that I killed and eat one of the guards, but so again, what did you think of this whole bizarre section?
I felt like it was very very out of left field, honestly. But I like it. I like that it makes you reflect on all the lives that you've taken over the course of your journey. And I'm not sure if the people you kill in the Virtuous Mission counts towards this, or it's just the people you killed during the Operation Snake Eater.
It's a good question.
But it goes back to the whole anti-war message that Kojima's trying to get out through these games.
Right.
And I feel like it's one of the most poignant moments, because it actually makes you slow down and reflect on all the lives you've taken when you could have 100% gone the non-lethal route. If you just, would have slowed down just a little bit longer, you could have spared that person's life.
Right.
And I don't know, I like the kind of introspective journey it takes you on, and depending on how many people you killed up to that point, that determines how long you have to trudge through this river of regret. I mean, so it's really interesting, and I personally really enjoyed it. How about yourself?
Yeah, so it's if you kill nobody, I assume that it's pretty much just empty out, other than the bosses, who, even if you use the tranquilizing round, they still die in the cutscene. So I assume that if you don't kill any of the guards, that the only persons you're going to see are the bosses.
So I tried to trank all the bosses, and I don't remember seeing them in the river.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure how, if it's just, if they count towards your kill count, they are in there or not. I wish I'd had some forethought and, looked this up ahead of time. But yeah, I don't know if that's the case or not.
Yeah. But this was by far, this is the boss fight that killed me the most, because it took me a while to figure out the trick. Because obviously the first time I just straight up died. Once I was like, oh, I just gotta touch this dead body at the end, and I didn't make it. And then I'm like, well, Kojima's obviously telling me I need to face the consequences of my actions. So I was like, I'm gonna let every ghost that I walk by hit me. that's within reach. So I did that, and I don't think that worked either. But I think it was my third or fourth try through where the ghosts ended up killing me again, and I kind of accidentally pushed the left trigger, which brought up my items, and I was like, oh shit, can I take the revival pill? So I basically kind of figured it out by accident that I could take the revival pill. Like, I tried to take the revival pill a couple times before dying. Like, I thought that, this whole sequence was Snake being dead. But no, once you actually get, like, knocked down to 0 health is when you're supposed to take the revival pill.
Yeah, it took me so long to figure that out. I actually had to look that one up to figure it out. But I just searched it up. So apparently, regardless of if you did it non-lethally or lethally or whatever, the 3 bosses that exploded do appear in the River of Death. So it's those and a few enemies that are like naturally killed during the story. They'll appear no matter what. But it is a way shorter time, and whenever you die like 5 or 6 times to the sorrow, a shorter trip is appreciated.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I just kept hitting continue, and I was like, okay, I'm missing something. I've got to do something. I remember I unloaded my guns on him. That didn't work. I tried everything, and then finally I had to Google it and be like, how do you defeat the sorrow? And it's like, oh, you've got to, once he kills you, you got to hit your revive pill. And I was like, why would I just think of that?
Right,
why would
exactly.
I try that?
I did try to take pictures of him. I was like, well, maybe Kojima's a really big Fatal Frame fan, and I snapped pictures of him, and I'm like, well, that didn't do anything.
Yeah, see, that would make sense, because I don't know if you did it in Metal Gear Solid 1, but there's like developer ghosts that you can take pictures of throughout the game, and like capture that to put in your gallery. So that would have been on brand with the series so far, but no, you gotta use the revival pill, I guess.
Yeah. So once Snake comes back to the land of the living, he gets into contact with Eva, who tells him to meet her upstream. She patches him up and gives him the iconic eye patch. And they start to discuss what they would like to do after the mission. A butterfly flies by Snake, and he attempts to catch it, but thanks to only having one eye, he misses. After resting, Snake tells Eva to use the tunnel up ahead. Eva tells Snake to use the tunnel up ahead to re-enter Krasingrad, and gives him some C3 she has stolen. Because the Shagohod runs on liquid fuel, and destroying the fuel tankers will do it in, basically. After traveling through the tunnel and saying goodbye to Eva as she drives away in her motorcycle, he climbs back up the ladder and re-enters the fortress. So during this section, this is a really great sneaking section. I really like this a lot. You start placing the C3 explosives on the containers, and I even tried to, 1, dress up like Raikkonoff, and 2, dress up like a scientist, but because when you're wearing the Raiden mask, you're missing an eye, they don't fall for it. And then the scientist disguise doesn't match either. But after placing those, Snake is spotted by Vulcan and Ocelot, with Eva lying on the ground behind them. The boss then appears and disarms Snake, but this time I think this is by far the most fight Snake has put up. Like, there's a couple times he gets the upper hand on the boss. So it's like, it's like one of those moments where, like, oh, he's beginning to believe. Volgin then declares that he has discovered that Tatiana was a spy after she was discovered sneaking around the fortress's underground vault. When she was discovered, they found the microfilm containing the data of the philosopher's legacy. Snake asks Volgin what exactly the legacy was. Volgin then explains that the legacy was a vast sum of money collected by the most powerful men in Russia, America, and China during the Second World War. These men became known as the philosophers. The money was collected as a means to secretly fund projects vital to winning the war. The atomic bomb, rocket technology, and the Cobra unit were all paid because of the legacy. During the confusion that ensued after the end of the war, Volgin's father hatched a series of plots to ensure the Soviet Union would have total control over the legacy. He laundered all the money into banks in Switzerland, Australia, and Hong Kong. The microfilm contained the record of all these transactions, listing specifically where all the money was being kept. After his father's death, Volgin learned of the legacy and obtained the microfilm. After explaining his evil plan, Volgin, with the help of Brezhnev and his allies, had built the Groznygrad and Granin's research facility. However, after Granin failed to produce results, Volgin turned to Sokolov's invention, the Shagohod. His position as a member of GRU meant it was difficult to attack the facility directly. Thankfully for him, the spy network was set up by the philosophers that still existed, and he utilized this to contact the boss, suggesting that she defected. The boss agreed. The Shagohod was theirs. The conflict between the philosophers was torn the world in two, but the legacy and the Shagohod, Volgin intended to heal that rift and make the world whole again. Volgin then hands the legacy to the boss, telling her to take care of it, and as the boss leaves, she takes Eva with her, promising that she will also take care of Eva. So we finally get our wish. We get this fight with Volgin, with Ocelot kind of viewing on from up high, and you basically fight Volgin in this pit where he uses his electrical powers to beat the crap out of you and to also block your bullets. So what did you think of the boss fight with Volgin now that we finally get to face him?
I had such a hard time
Yeah,
with this fight.
He is not easy.
I felt like I got ripped out of Metal Gear Solid and thrown into Dark Souls or something. I mean, it took me... I'm not going to lie. So, when I played Kingdom Hearts 2, there was a fight towards the end of the game with this hooded dude that I literally was stuck on for, I think, a week or two. And this boss fight was probably the closest I have come to that experience in any other game. I mean, it railroaded me so bad. And I'll be honest, I never figured out a strategy to really doing it besides just brute force, repeatedly attempting it until I finally succeeded. And if I never have to see Volgin's face again, it'll be too soon.
Yeah, he's a tough one. I think my strategy for the most part was to, because he can't put up his shields forever. He does kind of run out of steam. So it's like if you shoot him enough, the shield will go down. Then you can actually get hits on him. But another way that I also defeated him was I put down C4, and then I would try to goad him into charging at me. And when he does that, I move out of the way, and the C4 would explode and do damage to him. But there was different things I tried, because there were electrical wires on the walls that kind of glow. I was like, well, maybe if I shoot those will somehow damage him, and that didn't work. But basically playing cat and mouse and using C4 was kind of the way to go for me.
Well, if it tells you how long it took me to beat him, I had attempts where I was just screwing around, seeing what would work so much. I found out you can kill Ocelot during this fight.
I guess that makes sense. I mean,
You you can look up and shoot him and create a paradox right there.
and Ocelot does help you a little bit throughout this. Like he'll throw you ammunition and stuff because he's having second thoughts about. He kind of likes the torture aspect of Vulcan's stuff, which is, I mean, this is where he picks up his torture kink, but he's not really down with killing his comrades.
Yeah, it seems like Volgan's this wild card that everyone just wants to kind of rid themselves of at this point.
Yeah, but you eventually get the better of Volgan, and Snake escapes from the hangar before it explodes, and once it explodes, he finds Eva waiting for him outside. Eva tells him that the wig is set up waiting by a nearby lake. He hesitates, though, because he still needs to face the boss, of course. And as they prepare to leave to go do that, the Shagohod, of course, bursts out from the hangar and is being piloted by Volgan. And you get this insane on-rails shooter. And I actually found this section to be really fun. I'm not usually somebody that enjoys on-rail shooters, especially in my Resident Evil games. Like I really hate them in Resident Evil 6. They're okay in 4, 5, and 9, but they're just too frequent in 6. But for this game, I actually had a lot of fun with this section.
Yeah, I've got such a sweet spot for on-rail shooters. Like growing up, I remember going to arcades and stuff and playing like what is that? The Terminator shooter.
The Terminator
game,
Salvation
and,
one, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a Jurassic Park 3 one that I loved as well. So I've got a soft spot for on-rail shooters, and the fact that it showed up here really brought me a lot of joy. And the fact that you're like facing down the Shagohod on the back of a motorcycle, it just, I don't know, it just is so cool. I just love this entire section.
Yeah, because basically you're being chased by motorcyclists and other vehicles, and of course the Shagohod, you're trying to shake it, and it's like you're teaming up with Eva, who I'm glad that she does the driving, because if I had to shoot and drive, this would be horrible. But of course she's a very talented motorcyclist, and eventually you get to this bridge that she is lined up with C3, and you wait for the Shagohod to get like about halfway over, and depending on, I think it's different depending on what difficulty you pick. Like there might be more explosives if you go with hard or normal, but for me there was just the one, so I shot the one, and the Shagohod looks like it falls to its destruction, but it's just the back half that falls off, so it's damaged, so it can be harmed in a proper boss fight. So you get another boss fight with Volgan piloting the front half of the Shagohod, and basically how this boss fight works is you run around the Shagohod and you try to shoot the back of it, because the back of it is damaged. My strategy was to throw grenades at the treads to sort of get it to stop, and then I would circle around and either hit the back of it with a rocket launcher or one of the miniguns. What did you think of this boss fight, with this second boss fight with Volgan?
It was fun. It kind of felt a little more simple than what I would have liked out of a fight with the Shagohod, because, like you said, it really is just kind of running out of the way, shooting, and then running out of the way some more. But all in all, I feel like the presentation really brought a whole lot to it, because you've got Volgan yelling at you in the Shagohod, and of course you got the visual of the giant tank going around, and it helped elevate it a little bit, but ultimately I did kind of feel let down after the spectacle of like the on rails part, to where you just have to essentially just run around, get out of its way, and shoot it and bring it
Yeah,
down.
yeah, it's cool to like team up with Eva during this part too, because she kind of distracts him. And there's a second phase he goes into where he gets on top of this Shagohod and basically rips out all the wires and uses his electric powers to basically give it new life. And the strategy is still the same. It's kind of a mixture of both the first and second fight with Volgin, where he's using his electrical powers to block your bullets. But I think this time it was certainly much, much easier. So it was satisfying to finally take this jerk, this disgusting person down. Like, this is by far the I mean, he's a great villain. Like, he's very like scary and gross. So it was very satisfying to take him down.
Yeah, he's one that, like, his screen presence, like, he steals the show every time he's on screen. But at the same time, you're like, I just want this guy in the dirt
Yeah.
now. And like, especially the cutscene after you finally defeat him, like seeing him go up in flames like that, it was very satisfying to finally see after, what, 12 to 15 hours of having to watch him be the worst person imaginable to everyone around him.
Right. Because it's like all the villains, I would say mostly all the villains in this series so far has at least had maybe one redeeming quality, with the exception of maybe, I guess, Solidus. But at least like Solidus wasn't like going around grabbing people.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, I guess he choked Raiden, but that, But
No, I feel like, after Volgin, the next least redeemable character, at least in the games that we've seen so far in the series, I feel like would be Ocelot. And Ocelot, I have a far higher, level of respect for than anything that Volgin has done up to this point. But like Ocelot, a lot of his issues is like you'd never know where he really, like, where his loyalties are.
right, and his
So
like
he's.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's one of those that keeps you guessing, and you never know. Even though he's working with the enemy, you never know if he's actually gonna double cross them, or end up like in at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 2, taking over the boat with Gerlukovich and then shooting him down, and you never know what he's the wild card of the entire series. You never know what he's going to do.
For sure. It was interesting to see like where his interest in torture, I guess, came from, because that's like by far the worst thing about him. Is the fact that he enjoys torturing people. I was like, oh, I guess he picked that up from Volgin. I'm glad he didn't pick up the other stuff from Volgin, at least, I guess.
Yeah.
But once you put that guy down, you go into another chase scene with Eva, where you guys eventually get thrown from your motorcycle, and Eva is really, really messed up during this part. She gets stabbed by a tree, but after some encouraging words from Snake saying that he needs her, both in like, he says it kind of in a romantic way, but he also says, well, I need you to drive the wig, and she kind of laughs, making a comment on his bedside manner, and she basically wills herself to make it the rest of the way. And once they get to the wig, Snake realizes he's got one last thing to do, and he goes into this clearing, this beautiful clearing with these trees that has white flowers all around him, to face the boss once and for all. So the boss tells Snake that she wants to make the world whole again and reunite the philosophers using the legacy. After the Second World War, her allies, the Cobra, were torn apart by the Cold War, and she continues to tell Snake about her past as a nuclear test site in Nevada, where the United States secretly sent her into space. America didn't have the technology to block out the cosmic radiation, but that's why she was chosen, as she had been irradiated once. And it essentially, she reveals that this has taken away her ability to have children, and she shows Snake this scar that she's had because there was a battle that she went through where she gave birth, basically. And boy, I've got theories about that, but we'll get to that to the end of the game. But oddly enough, this scar, which is huge, looks like a snake. In space, she realized that the space race was just another arena for the meaningless competition, much like the arm race. She hopes that in the 21st century, people will finally realize that the Earth has no East, no West, no Cold War, a world without communism or capitalism. So she basically hopes that to reunite the world using the philosopher's legacy, and she, basically kind of goad Snake by telling him to finish his mission, to do here what he came here, and that the survivor of this battle will inherit the title of boss. And then you have this really tragic and incredible boss fight. I think that the setting for this boss fight is really visually stunning, and it's like I didn't want to do it. Like I was like I didn't want to kill her, so I was like, well, what if I use trank? So this was the only boss I used trank rounds on, and for the most part, I used stun grenades to basically blind her and to get the shots in, because otherwise she shoots you with her OP pistol and then rushes in and does the CQC thing she's been doing to Snake this whole game. But what do you think about this final fight with the boss?
First off, I just want to say it is such a gorgeous fight. Like, having it in the middle of the field with all these flowers, it's just, it feels like a moment from one of those old samurai films.
Yes.
One of those final confrontations. And I just love the whole setup to it. Master and apprentice coming together. They've got to fight each other. They don't want to, but the forces beyond their control are forcing them into conflict. And the fact that Snake finally sees that it wasn't the boss, really being like, oh, I hate America, go, all of you need to die now, and more of, I had to do this, really added to the poignancy of the fight. And as for the fight itself, I found it to be fairly difficult until I started leaning into the CQC. So I initially started just trying to shoot her just like every other boss fight so far, but once I learned that the CQC was the most effective on her, and specifically like running up and slamming her down into the ground, that was my go-to after that. And once I figured that out, I think she only killed me like once or twice after that, and I was able to take her down with a lot less issues.
Right.
But yeah, it's just everything around the fight is so emotionally charged for Snake that it just really ratchets it up to the next level compared to any other boss fight in the game, I feel like.
Yeah, and it's like while I was doing the non-lethal method, I did have a thought in the back of my head. It's like, well, once I defeat her, am I gonna get a you disturbed the timeline type thing again? But no, it's like you after you've defeated her, she's lying on the ground, and she says there's only room for one boss and one snake, and she once she hands him the microfilm containing the locations of the Philosopher Legacy along with her gun, the Patriot, and tells Snake to shoot her. And I believe in the game, because I didn't pull the trigger, I believe in the game you can choose as the player to pull the trigger or let Snake do it. Which did you do?
I think I actually pulled the trigger just because I knew that's what had to be done.
Right. Again, I was curious to see whether or not I was going to get Snake, you ruined the timeline or whatever.
Yeah, that's one of those that it kind of rips your heart out and stomps on it, but ultimately, that that's the mission, that's what has to be done, or else, Russia and the US are going to go to war. Snake and Zero, at the very least, are going to be court-martialed and probably executed.
Right.
That probably extends to paramedic, SIGINT, and all of this is at stake, and ultimately it just comes down to, are you willing to sacrifice who is essentially your mother for the greater good of the world? I mean, it's such a morally complex issue that it really, you feel the hard spot that it puts Snake in, and that it's the right choice, but you still don't want to do it.
Right. I mean, it's the first boss in the series. I was like, I don't want to do this. It's just like, there's got to be another way, but that there isn't. And it's like the tragedy of it is even more accented once the flowers start turning red, and then once her horse comes in and is just devastated that that her companion is dead.
Yeah.
But after we lay the boss to rest, Snake boards the Wig to leave with Eva, leading to one last confrontation with Ocelot, who boards the Wig, and these two decide to do the Russian roulette thing. Ocelot puts the bullet into one of the guns and does his hand tricks, which I was able to follow until he put it behind his back, and I was like, that's a dirty trick. And I ended up picking I assume it's probably random each time, but I picked the one on the left because I was like, well, I'll go left because that's where I'm wearing my engagement ring. And so when you start shooting off the shots, Snake shot a shot at Ocelot, but I know that there is a alternate where Ocelot can be the one to shoot the shot instead.
Yeah. It's funny. It feels like the game ends, and then after the ending, it just keeps going.
Right.
It feels like the boss is such a climactic finale that there should be nothing after it. But then you have this little coda with Ocelot.
Yeah. It's cool and charming, but I feel like they also probably could have cut it unless it is paid off later. It kind of solidifies them as frenemies, oddly enough. So I don't know how to take that.
He's like, whenever he's like, "What's your name?" and he's like, "I'll remember that name." It's like, okay, do you love him, hate him? it kind of leaves it up in the air as like where, what his intentions are with Snake. Clearly, he's wanting you know, clearly he's not done with Snake, but you don't know if he's going to hunt him down and kill him after the mission, or if he's going to try to befriend him, or what's in store.
Yeah. But they do finally escape after the president and the Russian president call off the strikes against them, because now that the boss is dead, part of Snake's mission has been completed, to prove the U.S.'s innocence. But Snake and Eva eventually go to an Alaskan safe house. They share a night of passion, but surprise, surprise, she betrays us, because the next morning, Snake awakes to find an audio message, and he begins to smoke, regretting, maybe half regretting his decisions, that was left by Eva. When he plays it, Eva explains that she was a Chinese American spy sent by the People's Liberation Army to get back the legacy from China. The NSA codebreakers who defected, Adam and Eva, were both actually men. She originally planned on eliminating Adam before meeting up with Snake, but the real Adam never showed up. Since the reunification of the Soviet Union and aiding China on nuclear weapons development in 1959, China's hydrogen bomb and space rocket project had fallen behind. But now, with the legacy and the data of the Shagod, they could be able to catch up and surpass the U.S. and the USSR. Eva basically explains that, part of her mission was also to kill anybody else that knew of her, including Snake, but she couldn't do it. And it wasn't because she was in love with Snake. It was because the boss told her to let Snake live. Exposing herself as an agent of the philosophers, trained in one of their charm schools, she was basically trained by the boss to use her sex appeal as basically a weapon. So like I was clued into that for pretty much the whole game. It's like she didn't have me fooled once. I kind of suspected that, while she's a useful ally, there was clearly an ulterior motive that didn't have Snake's best interest at hand.
You said that she was there to find Adam, but Adam never showed up. Are you aware that Adam actually did show up?
Yes, because I because of the after credits scene.
Yeah, with even like Ocelot told Snake, his real name was Adamska. Clearly being like, hey, I'm Adam.
I guess that was revealed before the end credits scene. I didn't catch that. Huh. God damn it, Kojima. So Eva goes on to explain that the true meaning of the boss's last mission wasn't... She didn't betray her country. She died for her country. The whole mission was staged by the U.S. government so they could get their hands on the legacy and destroy the Shagod. And everything was, going according to plan until Volgin went nuts. So basically, if Volgin didn't fire that weapon, it wouldn't have been part of Snake's mission to kill her. That's what I got. Like that's. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's definitely what it seems like, because her having to take the fall for the nuclear weapon being discharged on Soviet soil, that's the only reason that her existence was exposed. That's the only reason that a target was ever put on her back. So I feel like if Volgin wasn't a complete nut job, it would have been in and out for the boss, and
right.
She would have, been able to come back to America and continue living.
Right. So
probably, at the very least,
probably even if
it was in Russia.
Yeah. like if we didn't have enough reasons to hate Vulcan, here's yet another one. It's like it's
for real.
This is all his fault. Because like you said, her mission was to infiltrate. She proved herself by supposedly killing her most loved apprentice. So I imagine that once Snake got recovered, he probably would have been told, hey, this is what's going on. You need to keep this a secret, or maybe he would have been sent in as backup in some way. But, that's alternate history shit. But basically she was basically dressed up to be a traitor, and that in the Soviet Union she would be seen as a monster for killing all those people in a nuclear catastrophe, and that she would go down in official history as a war criminal, and the only people that would know that she wasn't responsible would be Snake and, of course, his superiors. And there's this whole scene where Snake is getting this medal, and you can just, and this is a compliment to the PS2 graphics, you can tell that he is not about this at all. Like, not one bit. Like, he does not want this medal.
He is angry.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of the most heartbreaking scenes in like endings in video games that I've ever seen. But basically the game ends with Naked Snake, now Big Boss, leaving flowers and the Patriot at the boss's grave. But of course, this is a Metal Gear Solid game, so there's an after credits scene. So we're almost done with the story. Ocelot is contacted by KGB director to inform him that both Kazgrad and the Grand's research facility destruction. He also revealed that Khrushchev was finished and that KGB's time had finally arrived. He also hinted that the KGB could use the knowledge of both the Virtuous mission and Operation Snake Eater to blackmail America during further negotiations, as America was expecting the Soviets to keep a lid on the events from leaking out. Ocelot concluded the conversation by assuring the chief director that he would keep the KGB informed of any further developments. However, after that, he makes another telephone call to the DCI. He stated that a copy of the Philosopher's Legacy that was handed to Eva was a fake. Boy, are the Chinese going to be mad. And that the real legacy had made its way back to America. However, Ocelot also explained that only half of the legacy made it to America, and that he might try to risk detection by stealing it from the KGB, who he suspected had the other half. He also confirmed that Shagohod had been destroyed and that the boss had used the remaining Davy Crockett to obliterate Groznygrad. He then revealed that he had obtained blueprints related to Metal Gear shortly before Grandin's death, which might work in America's favor when the time came. Ocelot had been acting as a triple agent spy and was in fact the real Adam all along, working for the CIA as well as for Vulcan. He was also an agent of the Philosophers and planned using the legacy to revive their American faction. He then ended the call with the DCI by confirming that he was still at the CIA's disposal. So that is the story of Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake Eater.
That is a doozy.
Holy crap, I didn't expect it to take as long as Metal Gear Solid 2. I was like, oh, it's not as weird as Metal Gear Solid 2's story, but man, does this thing have like a lot of meat and stuff to talk about.
It's definitely like one of the best stories in these games, which is, I
mean, that's saying something.
Like it's yeah, all of these stories are amazing. But I feel like the fact that it's set in the Cold War did it a lot of favors.
Yeah.
But having the double, triple agent aspects, times 2 or times 3, really, with Ava, with Ocelot, and with the boss there at the very end, it it really cranks it up a bit in the final half,
Right.
which is always appreciated
And
when Kojima's involved.
right, and I feel like I had a much easier time following along the breadcrumbs that was left by 3 versus 2. And I don't mean to make it sound like I'm constantly bagging on 2. I really like 2 quite a bit. I think that, you know, like I said in our review of 2, that it kind of like tried to maybe do a little too much during the last quarter of the game with the AI that I didn't know there were 2 different AIs until you and I kind of talked about it. But
Yeah.
I think, I think that this really sets up some stuff that could potentially be paid off later. And I did write down, before I started Peace Walker, I did write down my thoughts. So we'll do that near the end of the episode. But did you have any more comments on story before we go on to gameplay?
So you said you had some theories. Whatever you mentioned, the bosses giving birth on the battlefield. What kind of theories are you talking about?
Okay, so I guess these are my predictions for. I'll just go ahead and say it now because I've got my notebook in front of me. I have a guess as who the boss's child might be. I think it's Ocelot.
Okay.
I don't want a confirmation whether or not I'm right. I'm hoping we'll find out. That is another guess I'm going to throw out there. Is I think that within, at least before the end of Metal Gear Solid 5, we're going to find out who the boss's kid is. I feel like that's an important. And so my guess is that it's Ocelot. I feel like that's the obvious one. But I don't know who else it would be. So that's my big prediction.
I will say the boss's child, the identity of the boss's child is confirmed in this game during a codec call.
It's confirmed in this game?
Yeah. Yeah, during one of those bazillion optional codec calls.
Well, don't tell me. I want to see if it's revealed in one of the other games, and if we get to the end of the season, which after we finish Revengeance, I mean, it could be revealed in that game. Who knows? If it's not revealed before we move on into the non-canon games, then you can just tell me.
Right. I don't think anything about it is mentioned in 5. At least I don't remember. Granted, I played 5 before I played any of the other games, but I do know another hint to who the boss's child is present in 4.
Okay.
So maybe if we get through 4 and maybe you can pick up on it then. But I will say, coming out of this game, the first time I played it, I had a different theory from you.
Okay.
So I'm not giving anything away here.
Yeah.
But after I played through the game and before I figured out everything, put all the pieces together, my first thought was, it's got to be Snake, right? I mean, the fact that
he's too old. Oh, Solid Snake or Naked Snake?
Naked Snake.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. So the fact that she is such a maternal figure to him, she doesn't say when she gives birth on the battlefield, does she?
She doesn't. I guess I just thought that Naked Snake might be too old, because I think he's.
Yeah.
I don't think he seems like he's in his late 20s in this game, and Ocelot is clearly in his early 20s. So I guess, and the boss is, I think, in her early 40s. So I guess if she had him very, very young, then I guess that could, if she had him at like 14 or 15 years old, then maybe.
And the fact that she becomes a legendary soldier in World War II makes me think she was active at least a good bit before World War II.
Right.
So that, in my mind, gives an opportunity for her to give birth to John and for him to be raised into the soldier in the time between that and the events of this game. And the fact that her scar is in the shape of a snake and
Right.
his code name is Snake.
Yep.
Um, and first off, let's just say if somebody's doing even an emergency C-section on the middle of a battlefield, why would you go all the way up to almost the throat with the incision? I
It
mean, what kind of
like obviously the symbolism is. I understand the symbolism, but practically it makes no sense whatsoever.
Absolutely not. Like it should not go above her sternum, but if you can see her with a lowered collar, I mean, that's somebody botched that job.
So
But
the only thing I could think of is because the scar like slithers off her after she dies. So maybe the scar isn't caused by the C section or whatever. Maybe it's caused by some sort of psychological thing, which would be crazy. But this is also a Kojima game, so I feel like that's not that outside of left field. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, maybe connected to the sorrow.
I don't know. Oh,
Maybe.
that was something
Maybe.
else. That was something I missed. I totally skipped. So she, it's revealed earlier, well, near the end, that she was forced to kill the Sorrow, and that was kind of when she started questioning her role as a soldier. And I believe it's also stated that her child was also the Sorrow's child, like that they were lovers. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, my prediction is the child is Ocelot. My joke prediction was Otacon, because I was like, well, what if Otacon's father had an affair with the boss? Like,
Oh gosh.
that's, yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that would line up. But I kind of jotted that down as a joke. But I was like,
That would be hilarious.
it would also be stupid. Like, it would not be stupid in a good way.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Um,
And before we move out of the story, I also want to mention how did you what did you think? Did you know going into this game that Naked Snake was Big Boss? Did it take you by surprise at all?
Yes, I knew it was Big Boss. I'd heard enough about these games to know that. What I didn't, well, we had a slight confusion when we first started this podcast when we did Metal Gear, because I didn't realize that that Big Boss and the boss were two separate characters. I thought maybe the character switched genders or something. And you and I cleared that up in the Metal Gear episode. Because I was like, wait a minute, Big Boss is a man? I thought it was a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it's interesting that this game is basically the origin story of the villain, and villain / antagonist from the first two MSX games.
Yeah, and we were just talking about, sympathetic antagonists, sympathetic villains. This ultimately is the longest flashback backstory to any of the villains that we've gotten in the game, and you see in real time why he becomes disillusioned with the United States, why he wants to create his own independent nation of soldiers, why Outer Heaven is, why it becomes his goal to create Outer Heaven for all of these people that are used and abused by the governments that they serve. And really, you don't, or at least I don't, blame him. I mean, after going through what he went through, I don't think I would have it in me to continue working for an institution that I saw as corrupt and, one that saw its people as expendable
Right.
for its own ends.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, I feel like his turn to Big Boss from where he started in this game is absolutely earned, and I have after playing this game have a new respect for what Big Boss is trying to do in the original Metal Gear games, even if I still, I'm still on Solid Snake's side of that conflict there.
Right.
But I understand what Big Boss is trying to do and why he's trying to do it.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar from like Magneto and the X-Men, where it's like, yeah, I understand like where you're coming from. I understand why you're angry. Like you went through some really messed up stuff. So that's what makes for great villains, when they kind of have a point, or if they have a motivation.
And the fact that we get a whole trilogy of Big Boss games
Right.
before the events of the first Metal Gear game, it just, takes you down that path even further. And of course I can't speak to Peace Walker, but I'm very interested to hear your thoughts, like when we get to the Phantom Pain, about how that character goes.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get there. But speaking of games, if we're ready to leave the story behind, should we go into gameplay real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
I will give you fear such as you've never experienced before. Come into my web.
So as we kind of alluded to through like the beginning of talking about the story, a big part of this game is not only stealth. Like you get outfits that give you different stealth index depending on the environment. Hunting is also a huge part of this game's mechanics as well, because you have to keep Snake fed to both heal him and to like if he starts getting hungry, his aim gets worse. He gets slower. You hear his tummy growling, and I tell you what, this guy eats like a bear. Like he eats so much food. It's like I'll be going into a new area, and his stomach will start rumbling. I'm like, dude, I fed you like 10 minutes ago. What? But
I'll have to say the whole food thing is the hardest thing to keep up with, because you're constantly having to hunt down a new animal, or hope you find a ration, or some like other
the ramen
Russian
noodles.
Yeah, like I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of the food aspect, and I also wasn't a huge fan of the cure menu.
Yeah.
Because I ended up just running through all of my resources, because I would never remember what resource cured what ailment. So I just end up going through a bunch of them trying to to fix one thing.
Yeah. It's like I appreciate what they were going for, and I actually enjoyed the food mechanic for the most part, because it was like, okay, it became like an experiment, like, okay, what's he gonna like? And then it's like there's also a section where you can feed Eva as well. So I liked the hunting aspect, and of course it led to one of the funniest and most horrifying parts of my gameplay was when I accidentally contributed to cannibalism. But I thought that the different outfits was a really cool idea. Like I really like the stealth in this game is incredible. It takes some getting used to, but it's like once you get it down, like it's I could see how people would really get into the gameplay of this and do runs where they don't get noticed by anybody at all. And I kind of hope that for like the remake that they found a way to well, I know for a fact they didn't do this because I've played a little bit of the remake, but I'm just going to say for the sake of the show, it would have been nice if they found a way to at least offer the option to streamline the healing stuff. Because while it's a cool idea, but I feel like there would have been a way to do it that would have like I get like not wanting to do the rations again. I get wanting to try to do something different and more complicated, but I feel like there's got to be something that's that's in between. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was not a huge fan of the way that it was implemented. If they had done something like you said, a little bit more simple, um, like maybe a little mini game, like you have to get the bullet out if there's one stuck, or something like that, where you didn't have to just scroll through this menu within a menu within a menu every time that you get injured. That does get a bit old after a
Yeah.
while. Um, and like I said, the fact that if each of the cure items would have a more specific description, like if it had said what exactly it fixes versus the vague terminology that we get in 3 as it is now, to where you're not really sure, like the bandage is for wounds, and you gotta use the antibiotic to disinfect it, and the knife pulls out bullets. But beyond that, I mean, unless you've got a broken bone, you're not really sure what does what, or at least I wasn't.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I think that they could
so I
have.
feel like
Go
I
ahead.
feel like more specific wording would have helped a lot, just in that aspect.
Yeah, or at the very least, they could have cut like the items in half. Like instead of having, I don't know how many there were, but there's probably about like what, like maybe 8 or 10 healing items. Maybe cut those down to 4. You use the knife for pulling out bullets, and then you use the suture for sewing up stuff, and then you use the bandage to cover it. And maybe just leave it at that. Like, don't worry about broken bones and stuff. But for the most part, when I did the healing stuff, I tried to role play it like how you would actually apply it. Like you obviously don't put the bandage on first and then sew up the wound. But
Yeah,
the game does
yeah.
allow you to do that.
That's how I try to do it as well. Like if I had a bullet lodge, I'd pop the bullet out first, then use the ointment, then use the suture, then use the band-aid. Just it kind of helps me to keep it straight in my head a little bit better. But even then, I found moments where I was still like, all right, I've got everything, but it says I've still got one thing wrong here. Which one is that? And I'll just go through and be clicking
Yeah,
everything until one of them works.
which it's a viable way to do it because it's not like if you accidentally use the wrong thing, it would just disappear. Like you'd waste it. Uh,
Yeah.
But for the most part, as far as like how the controls work, it's nearly identical to Metal Gear Solid 2. I think it's maybe even a little bit smoother. Like Metal Gear Solid 2's like controls were unbelievably smooth. So it's like I mean, it takes some getting used to having the controls out in like an open area where you're easier to spot and you have to get used to crouching and crawling through the grass. But I mean, I thought this was just top tier as far as controls go for this series so far.
Yeah, I still personally I feel like Metal Gear Solid 2 perfected the formula, and I feel like messing with it much beyond that is just messing. If it's not broken, don't fix it. So I feel like they perfected the Metal Gear Solid formula that I'm looking for in Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah,
Adding stuff like the food and the cures and the camos and the free camera, all this stuff. It, to me, kind of muddles the experience a bit, where I was having so much fun, and um, you know I'm typically not a stealth game player. This is one of the very few stealth game series that I thoroughly enjoy. And the fact that I can go from Metal Gear Solid 2 sneaking around, trying to take everyone out non-lethally and try to get the ghost ranking and stuff like that, to Metal Gear Solid 3, and I'm just not feeling encouraged to be stealthy in the same ways. I'm having friction points with basic gameplay, with the menus. I feel like while it doesn't make it a bad game by any means, it does take it down a notch when comparing it to, like, specifically to Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yeah, I can understand that point of view. It's like I understand, it's like them adding the survival elements, because I mean it makes sense it wouldn't make sense to scrounge food in the other two games, like that. It would be ridiculous. It's like because it's like you're inside inside a building. I mean, I guess you do have rations, but that's just to refill your health. It doesn't, there isn't also a hunger meter on top of that.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a fact of, it does take it more in a survival direction.
Right.
But whenever I come to Metal Gear Solid, I'm not looking for a survival game. I'm looking for a stealth, espionage action focused game. And I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 adds so many different systems that it does end up inevitably kind of hampering that experience that I'm looking for a little bit more than I would like.
Sure. Well, I think like one of the most important questions and things to think about when it comes to the three Metal Gear Solid games in particular are the bosses. So I'm real, because I haven't really been able to gauge which one I think is your favorite. So which one would be your favorite if you had to pick one?
Out of these, I feel like my favorite of the actual bosses, it's kind of a toss-up between Volgan and the Sorrow. The Sorrow is just pure intrigue. He's very unique, very kind of mystical in nature, and I'm drawn to like supernatural elements in these stories. And then Volgan, he's such a cartoonishly evil villain, but with the edge of like real life, really bad stuff. So he's one that interests me a lot. And I have a bit of a connection to him as well that I'm not going to go into here outside of this game. So that's a lot of the reason that I hold him in such high regard as well. But really, if we're just looking at Metal Gear Solid 3 as a singular package, I would have to go with the Sorrow.
Okay.
Especially with all of his appearances throughout the game, sometimes helping, sometimes not, and then ultimately making you face not only the mortality of every person that you've murdered so far, but your own mortality as you walk along that river. And I'm a sucker. Excuse me. I'm a sucker for anything that kind of holds a mirror up to the player while you're, in the middle of a game. And so I really like the fact that it makes you take a second and look at yourself, and it's like, look at all of these people that you have just killed without a second thought. It makes you take a second.
Yeah. It's like his fight isn't too dissimilar from Psycho Mantis. One, he's also floating, but it's like it's a very bizarre, quote unquote, boss fight.
Yeah. Yeah, and really, I wouldn't even consider it a boss fight. If he wasn't one of the Cobra members in the introductory cutscene of them all, I wouldn't even consider him a boss encounter at all. I would just consider it, to be a part, like a set piece of the game.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's lumped in with the Cobra unit, that makes me think of him more as a boss than anything. But really, you don't even confront him. He confronts you with the sins that you've committed,
Right.
and you've just got to deal with it.
What about from like a gameplay mechanics thing? Like, which one do you think is your favorite? Like, as far as like fighting them?
As far as actually fighting them, I would have to go with the boss,
Yeah.
because I feel like the boss provides the most skill challenge to the player, and that's something that really draws me in, is if I can hone my skills and actually feel like I've earned the win, then I'm gonna always love that experience more than something like Volgan, where I'm just brute forcing my way through it until I finally get it. But the fact that you actually have to learn some CQC to take the boss down efficiently. Like, I didn't use CQC throughout the entire experience of Metal Gear Solid 3. Very sparingly did I ever use CQC. And then in that final fight during my first playthrough is whenever I actually slowed down and checked the manual about how to use CQC and found out about the ground slamming and that sort of stuff. And so it taught me something, and it really put my skills that I've learned throughout the game to the test. And that's what I think is the main characteristic of a good boss battle.
Well said. I think for me, and I went back and forth between two of them. At first, I was going to go with the end because I really like having three different areas. Like, I thought having like three different areas where you could try to find him was really cool. Like, I love, like, again, the sniper sections in these games have been surprisingly fun. But
yeah,
I think from both a character and a boss fight standpoint, I'm gonna have to go with the boss, because it made me feel something while playing it. I was into her motivations and trying to figure out what her deal was the entire game. Like the moment she appeared on the bridge, I was like, what is her deal? Why is she doing this? And then the whole like scene where you're fighting her in that field of flowers, and the way I chose to fight her with, non-lethally, made it challenging but also thrilling. And there's also like a 10-minute counter during that time too, not unlike the fight with Liquid. But I think that I think she's so far also my favorite final boss in the series so far. Like, I think she's better.
Hands down.
Yeah, I think she's like, I mean, I like Liquid. Liquid's a fun villain, but the boss, I think, is more compelling than both Liquid and Solidus, and also Big Boss from the MSX games. But it's almost not fair to compare because those are sprite-based games. But she is definitely my favorite as far as the boss fights go in this game, and maybe even in the series so far, just from a character standpoint alone. But from a mechanical standpoint, it's definitely up there. But it's the best. It's my favorite in this game, and I think the boss fights in this game I prefer them over Metal Gear Solid 2 for the most part. But I think that the boss fights, like if you're going to combine them all as a whole, I think Metal Gear Solid still has the best as a package as far as like boss fight mechanics and figuring out how to beat them, and then the getting the cutscenes at the end where they explain their tragic backstory, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm always gonna have a soft spot for the charm of Metal Gear Solid. Especially it being the only game that was on the PS1. It's automatically got like the unique look and feel. Um, like with the boss, and you're talking about the emotional impact that the boss battle had. The fact that whenever you finally finish the boss off, and all of the flowers turn red and start spreading out from where her body's lying, just kind of rubbing your face in it, like you were forced to do this, and now you've got to watch as you Snake's life falls apart
Yeah.
here. It's just it's just so brilliantly done. I just that the finale of this game is it's up there with my favorite video game moments.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty bad, or like bad in a good way.
yeah,
Heartbreaking.
it it is. It's so beautifully done that I feel like if you were trying to go for the same goal and you were, had this game being produced under a lesser director, I feel like it would not have hit nearly as hard. But the fact that it is so done with such a uh, I don't know the word, like
Sensitivity
cinematography,
is cinematography.
like
Okay.
cinematic. That's the word I'm looking for. Done in such a cinematic way that it beautifully conveys what Snake is feeling without him ever saying a word.
Right.
And I feel like that emotion, that silent emotion, is what really elevates the final scenes for me.
Yeah. No, I agree. Um, speaking of cinematics, unless you got anything else to say about gameplay, are you ready to move into design and music?
Oh yeah.
All right. So, again, I think that this is one of the games that shows off the capabilities of the PlayStation 2 quite well. It looks just as good as Metal Gear Solid 2, like the weather effects, the way the foliage moves. It's impressive. Like I was genuinely impressed with how this game looked. Um, and I also really love the jazzy 60s and 70s themes. Again, very much leaning into the James Bond themes, not with just the theme song, but with the composer who was Narihoki Habino and Harry Gregg Williams. Incredible soundtrack. Like, I mean, there were times where I downloaded the whole soundtrack just so I could listen to it while I was driving around doing errands. What do you think about the design and music?
I think you're spot on. It is the probably the best musical soundtrack in any of the Metal Gear Solid games for sure. But I would argue it's up there with some of the best soundtracks of any game from that generation. It's just I don't even have the words for it. But from the opening song Snake Eater to the finale, it so perfectly encapsulates the emotion of the story and I feel like it drives the player to look at the scenarios in a certain way and attack each situation that they go into in a certain way just because of the musical cues. And really, that's not something that you, or at least that I remember seeing as much of in the PS2 generation. Certainly more so on like PS4, PS5. But, back then, most games that I can recall off the top of my head, they have like a loop for, just walking around, a musical loop for combat, and then they'll have like the main theme song and the title credits, and the end credits. And that's, there's different variations on that, but those are, essentially all you get. But I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 is directed in such a way that the music is just as much as of part of the experience as the actual environments that you're trekking through.
Yeah, I
And
think
the fact that like even some of the areas it's just a soundscape of like tweeting birds and stuff like it. I don't know. It's just I could gush about it forever, but suffice it to say, I just love it.
right, and it helps to fill it in because because there's the hunting mechanic. It makes sense that there would be animal noises. So I think if they took the hunting mechanic out, you'd be like, well, where's all the animals? I can hear them. I don't see them though. And it is impressive that they were able to have so many assets in one area, because like you've got Snake, you've got the animals, and then you've got the guards, whether they're human or guard dogs. So I mean, this game was certainly probably pushing the PlayStation 2 to its limits. I'm sure there's a reason that they originally wanted to do this for the PS3 instead.
Yeah, and I remember like whenever we were looking at the Metal Gear Solid 2's development, Kojima said something to the effect of like I could have beautiful photorealistic themes and characters, or I could fit 50 characters on the screen at once.
Yeah.
And basically said I'm gonna do what the gameplay demands, even if it means sacrificing the pretty looks of the game. And I feel like the gameplay was his main focus throughout, and even if he had to make it look like it did back on the PS1 to get the gameplay that he wanted, I feel like he would have figured out some way, done some engineering miracle to figure it out to where he could achieve what he wanted to achieve on this hardware.
Oh, for sure. Well, what are your overall thoughts on this game? And I guess that'll also lead us into our rankings as well.
So I have kind of gone back and forth quite a bit on where I want to rank this game. And even like just while we're sitting here talking today, I've kind of had this internal struggle on where I want to do it. I love this game. I love its style. I love its sound. I love its feel. But there are a lot of friction points that I've found throughout my collectively, I think like 30, 32, 33 hours this game between both of my playthroughs, that I certainly feel like it's better than the original Metal Gear Solid, but I hesitate to say that I enjoy it more than Metal Gear Solid 2. Like I said earlier, Metal Gear Solid 2 just feels like the perfection to the formula that Kojima was going for throughout Metal Gear 1, 2, and Metal Gear Solid. And I feel like the extra mechanics that they add into Metal Gear Solid 3 is, while in some aspects elevate the experience, in other aspects I feel like it takes away from my overall enjoyment of the game. And despite the fact that I do feel like the story is better here, the overall package I don't feel like is as strong as the one that I found in Metal Gear Solid 2. And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to struggle to find a game that's better than Metal Gear Solid 2 in this series. As far as a fantastic story, near perfect gameplay feel, I just don't know if any of them are going to be able to beat it. And I hope they do. I hope I found my new favorite Metal Gear Solid game, as we continue on this journey. But I just, for as much as I enjoy Metal Gear Solid 2, I don't see it happening.
Well said. I mean, you said you haven't played Peace Walker or War 4, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, for all I know, they could be like perfect 10 out of 10 games that like I'll never be able to look at a single video game the same way again. But I just don't know. But as far as the games that I have played in this series, I feel like Metal Gear Solid 2 is just the cream of the crop. Like it's as perfect as the series gets.
Fair enough. So what is your ranking going to be with all the including the 5 games we've done 4 games we've done already?
All right. So starting bottom to top, it'll be Metal Gear 2, then Metal Gear, then Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 3, and number 1 Metal Gear Solid 2.
Okay, fair enough. I think you made really good points. I think so. Going into my overall thoughts, real quick, my final play time was 18 hours. What's weird is I got 2 different ones. The game said I did 18 hours. My Xbox says I did 30, which I think there's some sort of malfunction with the quick resume. Because even my recorded play times, which I recorded my entire playthrough on Twitch and posted them to YouTube, and even adding those up, those go to about 18 hours as well. So I think there's some sort of discrepancy with the quick resume as my best guess, because my Xbox thinks I played the game for 30 hours, and I most certainly did not. So I think the 18 is what I'm going to go with.
I've got to wonder too if that's like, because it's part of the Master Collection, I've got to wonder if that may be contributing to it as well, maybe lumping the times together, because I know the PlayStation system clock has issues.
Yeah.
To where it never matches the actual gameplay time on like the save files and stuff like that.
But that being said, I think it's like, I mean, I've been thinking about this for quite a while. Like ever since I finished the game, like I've been thinking about like where am I going to place this thing? And it's good to have this problem instead of being like, oh, this is the worst one, hands down. I think the thing that was really compelling to me was the story. I think that the story is really, forgive the pun, solid. I think it's great. However, I think while this has by far the best quote-unquote antagonist, and I know the boss is technically not a villain, she's a tragic hero, she's by far the most compelling villain, which was why this was almost a first spot for me. But when I think of video games and how I rank them, I always think of, like, if I had to play one right now, like, which one would I go back to right now? And I had to pick, like, I could only pick one. And that would be the one I would put at the top, because ultimately these are games. I think my ranking, and I'll explain it once I announce it. My ranking from bottom to top: Metal Gear 2, Metal Gear, Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, and Metal Gear Solid. I was invested in the story from beginning to end. I think the relationship between Eva and Snake, while I knew that that bitch was going to betray us, I was compelled by their interest the whole game. Like, even though I saw that train wreck coming, I was interested in it coming down the rails the whole way. But I think I enjoyed the bosses and the journey in the original Metal Gear Solid the most. Like, I think all the bosses in their own way were interesting and had really interesting backstories. And if there was ever a Metal Gear Solid 6, I would want it to be about the boss and the Cobras. Like, that's the story I would want to see if they ever did Metal Gear Solid 6. So, and I think that another thing that I really love about the two other things I think really put Metal Gear Solid above the other two for me is the relationship, or I guess the start of their relationship with Solid Snake and Otacon, as well as the relationship with Meryl. I find the relationship with Meryl to be really sweet. It's like there's not a traitorous bone in her body. So I didn't once have a thought that she would betray us. And then, I mean, I love the start and the contrast between Solid Snake and Otacon, and they expand that really well in 2. But if I was sent to go into a cabin for a weekend and told I had to go play a Metal Gear Solid game, or Metal Gear game, I should say, for a weekend, Metal Gear Solid for the PS1 would be the top dog for me. There are definitely things in Metal Gear Solid 3 and 2 that are better than Metal Gear Solid, but I think Metal Gear Solid as a package just speaks to me more. Even though sometimes the gameplay could be, you pop out when you don't want to, or you alert an enemy when you press the button too hard. Like, you don't really have that problem in 2 and 3, but I think as a package, it's just more fun.
Yeah. And these games are also great that I could totally understand a justification to put them in any order. It all just comes down to your personal preference whenever you sit down to play these games. But, I mean, the fact that we've sat here and spent, I don't know how many hours.
It's about 4 hours, and it's about 4 hours, and I'm like, I can't believe it. I thought for sure this was going to be like 2.5 to 3.
Yeah, but the fact that we can have these discussions and come to such different conclusions, like my number 1 is your number 3, and vice versa, your number 1 is my number 3. It just goes to show how much value there is in this series, even all these years later, which just shows how well made they are, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's like, I think you made all excellent points for the case of yours, and I'm like, I don't understand why you picked that game. Like, I don't feel that way at all. So I think any of these, so I would be concerned if Metal Gear 1 or 2 was your top. I guess I don't know. I think even if you had a love for pixel art games, I just think that these 3 are far and away superior.
All right, that's what I was really worried about you giving up on the series after Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2, but I hope now you're starting to see, or at this point you have seen, why this series is held in such high regard.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
think after these 3 games, like I said, I think it's pretty much dethroned Silent Hill as my third favorite franchise. It's kind of cool that it's like, holy crap, I'm a fan of this series now. I'm not just like passively interested in playing these games. Like now I've done 5 of them.
yeah, you're in it for the long haul now.
Yep.
You're stuck.
But before we close out, I did ask for questions. We didn't get any on the Discord. If you want to pose questions to the show, you can pose questions on. We have a Facebook page and a Discord page and YouTube. We had one comment on YouTube. So buckle up because I'm going to read it real quick. Are you ready?
Let's hear it.
It's a long one, so are you sure?
Might as well.
This comment comes from Solid Meme Enjoyer 47. He says, "Solid episode," and that's it. So I don't know. I don't know if he's talking about the game or one of our podcast episodes. This could very well be a bot, but the fact that it says Solid Meme Enjoyer makes me think he's a fan of the series. I mean, his account's only a year old, so I guess it maybe it is.
Yeah, I'll take it. I appreciate it, Solid Meme Enjoyer.
He's got.
Before we
I'm so sorry to derail. I just started looking at this guy's channel. He's got all these like shorts of him. It looks like he's doing gun tricks like Ocelot.
Oh, that is amazing.
It says the description to his channel says, if you are seeing this, it is likely from a random comment I've made, almost always referencing Metal Gear Solid or involving the word solid. I just post random stuff when I remember, may do regular episodes, IDK. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate the comment. Regardless, that gave me something to think about. I was like, is this referring to one of our podcast episodes or the game? Either way, I agree.
Well, before we get out of the question section, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Did you see Johnny?
No, and I was looking for him the entire game. That's why I was like combing the not the desert, but the whole freaking game with the microphone. I never saw him or his ancestor. So where the hell was he?
So, whenever Snake is thrown in the cell, Johnny is one of the guards that is assigned to him.
Okay.
So I'll read it straight from the Wikipedia.
Oh boy.
There's a whole Wikipedia for just Johnny and Johnny's
The appearances.
So, let's see. It goes as follows. In 1964, Johnny was assigned to guard the cell in which CIA operative Naked Snake had been imprisoned within the military fortress of Groznygrad. Volgan threatened that if Snake should be killed, Johnny would be executed. Johnny showed the captive Snake his hospitality by giving him some food. After Snake gave the food back to Johnny, he struck a conversation with Snake about his wife and his son, who was also named Johnny, and that eventually his son's son would probably be named Johnny too. Snake commented that his name had a nice ring to it, considering Snake's real name was John. He explained that all the firstborn sons in his family were traditionally named Johnny. He also managed to grab Snake's cigarette-shaped gas spray gun while Snake was being tortured and handed it back to him, having no idea what it actually was. Despite this friendliness towards each other, however, Johnny refused to release Snake from the prison and threatened to shoot him if he tried to escape. Snake was eventually able to outwit Johnny and successfully escape his cell. Years later, Johnny's grandson, also named Johnny, would be placed in a similar position during the Shadow Moses incident, in which he was assigned to guard the cell of Naked Snake's own son, Solid Snake.
Wow. So how on earth do you get that scene?
That is a very good question. I didn't get it myself whenever I was playing the game.
Do
I
you
just
just
remember
wait in the cell for a
hearing
certain
about
amount
it.
of time?
I don't know. Let's see if we can find out live on air.
Let's see if I can Google it real quick.
The All right, each time he gives you through food, throw it back out of your cell. Do it 3 times and it'll initiate the conversation.
Wow.
The fact that Kojima has had Johnny in 3 games straight so far, I hope we get Johnny in Peace Walker. Actually, I'm going to be a little sad if we don't get a Johnny in Peace Walker.
Well, I mean, I feel like he's gonna be in every game because I mean, well, not every game, but the ones that are directed by Kojima for sure.
Yeah, I hope so. But
In fact, like once we get to Metal
anyway,
Gear Survive, I think you get to, if I'm not mistaken, I think you get to make your character. I'll name my character Johnny if I have to.
oh, that was just an anecdote I wanted to throw in at the end there because I know we shouted them out in the last 2 episodes. So I wanted
Yeah,
to
well,
make
he's
sure that
worthwhile,
you.
and it's like that is something that occurred to me through the playthrough. I was like, damn, I've not found Johnny or his ancestor yet that I knew of.
The fact that it's like it's almost a meme within the series, but I love it.
Yeah, me too. It's hilarious. But that's it for Metal Gear Solid 3, folks. We'll be doing Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker next. There is going to be a surprise episode for Metal Gear Solid 3D. We are planning on doing that, and you and I will figure that out off air. But hey, boss, can you sign us off?
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home.